Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, I call to order an information session meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, March 10th, 2022 at 5:39 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at AIST Central Office to conduct this meeting. In addition, some staff and guests may be joining us by video, along with some of our board members. Our board meetings are open to the public based on space availability to ensure social distancing and the health and safety of our community and staff. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum Grande and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. And to our audience tuning in remotely and here in person, welcome and thank you for joining us. We will now move to the approval of the agenda. Secretary Singh, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve the agenda, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. Secretary Singh, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Next is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly on any topic of their choosing, and we have time for up to 60 speakers. As a reminder, the district continues to provide time during the regular voting meetings of the board to hear from the public about agenda items for consideration and vote. Tonight, this is an opportunity for the board to take part in active listening. While we wish we could respond or provide feedback, we are required to limit our questions to requests for clarification or follow-up directly to the administration. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public comment portion of our meeting called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to audio record their remarks. We will now play the recorded messages for public comment, so please listen carefully.
These proposed schedule changes for elementary that give students less time with art and music do not motivate me to work in AISD. I can say with complete confidence that I am not the only student teacher feeling this way. Even if I don't teach elementary, this will affect students all the way up the line to high school. YTGs will not be met, and I will be given an unfair and difficult task. Students will have fewer spaces to express themselves, less exposure to outside cultures, and won't be brought to their fullest potential as artists and musicians. I urge the board to reconsider these changes.
Good evening, Dr. Elizalde and the Board of Trustees. My name is Megan Vasquez, and I am the product of AISD, and I'm a proud PE teacher in AISD. I'm calling to speak about the proposed redesign of essential areas. 45-to-1 is not safe. Many of our elementary gyms are not big enough to accommodate more than single class sizes. This is a safety hazard, and as a teacher who cares and adores my students, this is not okay. AISD has an exceptional essential areas program, and we should protect it at all costs. I want to teach my students the knowledge and skills they need to be physically active for a lifetime, but 45-to-1 is not best practice or conducive to quality learning and safety. I worry about how I will keep my 45 students safe in an emergency. I worry how I will keep my kiddos with medical conditions that need constant monitoring safe. My students crave connection. I worry how I will be able to connect with each and every one of them when I have 45 at a time. I care about my students. I care that our students are college and career ready, but I also care that they are life ready and that we grow the whole child. I care that we nurture their creativeness through music and art while also fostering a love for a healthy lifestyle through PE. They deserve a well-balanced education that values all parts of the child. Thank you for your urgent attention in this matter.
My name is Jenny Ostertag, and I'm calling as a parent at Boone Elementary regarding the proposed essential area changes. Our family is deeply concerned about the significant amount of lost instructional minutes as well as the increased ratios. I'm particularly concerned about safety and access for students with special needs. My son is hard of hearing and has a medical condition that makes PE communication and supervision especially important, and there are many children like him. The demands of these ratios are unreasonable for teachers and harmful for our students, not only in the short term, but the long term. The essential areas are essential to quality education. Please do not proceed with the plan to cut the instructional minutes and increase the ratios. Thank you so much.
Good morning, board members. My name is Natalie Cardona Villanueva, proud principal of Harvey S. Williams Elementary School. I'm calling in favor of increasing planning time for our elementary school teachers. A productive and impactful day of teaching requires substantial planning time to choose effective strategies, design lessons, prepare materials, and collaborate with others. Planning time is critical to teachers' job satisfaction and positively affects their ability to help our students reach their highest potential. At my campus, all the adults are committed to be champions for our students and support the schedule that will include additional planning time for our teachers. This extra time is critical for student success. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, my name is Marjorie Yankee Love. I teach in the Center for Music and Human Learning at the University of Texas at Austin. I'm also the mother of 2 elementary school-age children in 2nd and 5th grade at Lee Elementary. I can tell you from my experience as a professor that music and art offer things to the educated child that math, science, reading do not. That there's a form of expression there, especially for young children who don't have the words to put their feelings into writing, that has to be developed, and it's already too little time. So to cut that time is just heartbreaking for me as a parent. As a parent watching my child go into a PE class with so many children, I don't feel safe, and I don't feel like they're going to get the quality education that they deserve. I definitely think that teachers deserve more planning time, but I know there are ways that we can do this without cutting our essential areas of art and music. Thanks for hearing my comment.
Hello, I am Heidi Langen, president of Austin A2PE and music teacher at Galindo Elementary. I am speaking against the proposed essential area redesign. PE teachers are against this plan. They'd be required to teach up to 45 students at one time. Our gyms are not designed for that. If the weather is rainy, cold, or too hot, all the students would be in the gym at the same time. Campus principals and essential area teachers are expected to figure out spaces to use to make this plan happen. The quality of instruction will suffer and students will not be safe. Music and art will lose 22 classes per year with students. The district is trying to make up for the lost time and increase classroom teacher planning time by making the classes 60 minutes long. This is not developmentally appropriate for elementary students. We need more class periods, not 60-minute classes. Our current system, a 3-day rotation of music, art, and PE works. It is safe and equitable. Nothing in the new plan will meet this standard. It will lower the quality of all 3 areas, be unsafe, and I believe it will not be equitable between schools. The idea of giving teachers more planning time is great, but not at the expense of our wonderful essential area programs. Thank you.
As a parent of a child who receives special education services, I am requesting that you implement more oversight and accountability for the special education department at district level. Here's one example why. Last May, we requested an independent evaluation for our son. The district coordinator told us that if we requested this evaluation, she would withhold my son's autism diagnosis. In other words, the district attempted to intimidate and bully me out of requesting this evaluation. This is not legal. We were then told that we could keep the diagnosis and request the evaluation. 9 months later, my numerous emails and phone calls went unanswered. The SPED department eventually responded and said that my letter was, quote, lost. I then received a legal document stating that in order for my son to receive the evaluation, that I would have to agree to never discuss this matter with others and to sign away all rights to compensation. If the evaluation resulted in a previously unidentified disability, then I waived all rights to request needed services for our son. This is just one example of the day in and day out nightmares that many SPED families experience at AISD, and unfortunately our situation is not unique. Thank you.
Good morning and happy Thursday. My name is Andrea Williams, and I am the proud principal of Pecan Springs Elementary. I would like to extend my gratitude for your time and, most importantly, your consideration for making it a priority for master scheduling that includes PLC at the elementary level. Please know that a plan that is equitable, student-centered, and one that occurs during the instructional day will be a game changer for my school community as we strive to move our work forward. We look forward to your continued support as we problem solve around this issue. Have a great rest of your day.
My name is Becca L.A.K., and I teach in Austin ISD. I am currently one of 5 finalists for National Elementary PE Teacher of the Year, and I wouldn't have this quality physical education program for my students without the support from our AISD PE department and the standards of service that support manageable and meaningful class sizes. The Essential Areas redesign proposal creates safety issues in overcrowded PE classes, and I do not feel that the questions around equity across the district and whole child education and adequate staffing have been taken seriously, even though we've been told the administration is not steamrolling their plan while asking for fake engagement. One unanswered question has to do with the role of PE teaching assistant. How does an underpaid, uncertified, non-teaching staff member separate from a certified PE teacher to lower the number of students in the gym? How are those students getting quality instruction when a TA's role is to support and they're not a certified teacher? How will the adapted physical education program service the students requiring adapted PE teachers with daily PE? This plan is too great a cost.
My name is Nikki Northcutt. I am both a parent and an educator in the district. I'm calling about agenda item 8, and I would like for you to ask 2 questions as you consider addressing the budget shortfall. 1, will the item benefit the people directly working with kids every day, the PE teachers, the art teachers, the music teachers, bus drivers, custodians, etc.? If the answer is no, consider cutting it. 2, will the item make the jobs of the people doing the work every day harder? If the answer is yes, don't do it. These people are not the, quote, loud adults that are whining for their own benefit. They actually know what benefits kids, and if you don't know the answers to those 2 questions, I urge you to please ask them. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. My name is Casey Crisp. I am the mother of a 2nd grade and 3rd grade student at Oak Hill Elementary, as well as the mother of a student who will be an incoming kindergartner next fall. I wanted to urge the board to not move forward with the proposed changes to essential areas at the elementary school level. I have significant concern about the reduced art and music instruction time that elementary students will receive under these proposed changes. And I also have significant concern about the way that PE classes would move forward with a 45-to-1 student-to-teacher ratio. I think that it's not possible to provide quality physical education curriculum with ratios this high. And I also have concern about the fact that PE teachers will not be offered any additional pay for working under these increased ratios, and that many schools do not actually have physical space to accommodate class sizes this large. Most importantly, I fear that these changes will exacerbate a teacher shortage problem that we are experiencing, and we'll see a lot of quality music, art, and PE teaching talent leave our district. I would urge the board to find a different way to provide our elementary school teachers with planning time without sacrificing quality art, music, and PE education for our elementary school students. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Hello, my name is Danny Coons. I am an Austin ISD parent and teacher calling about the proposed changes to the elementary essential areas for next year. I'm certain you have all received many emails and comments about these proposed changes, and I want to assure you that the voices you are hearing are not a loud minority. I have talked with many stakeholders about these changes, and everyone I've spoken with is appalled. Our children are not just dollar signs and test scores. They are young people who have put up with abrupt and confusing changes, had their worlds turned upside down, and are doing their best to make their way that none of us recognize. Our children are brilliant, adaptable, and full of life, and they deserve to come to school each day and feel challenged, not drilled. They deserve to spend time doing things they are passionate about and discover a love of learning. Please think carefully about the motivations of our district leaders and what is best for the children of Austin. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Elizalde and the Board of Trustees. My name is Megan Schultz, and I am a PE teacher at Bear Creek Elementary. I think we can all agree that elementary teachers need more planning, but at what cost? While daily PE would have great health benefits, limited space on campuses, and an altered student-to-teacher ratio in PE of 45-1 has me very concerned for our student safety during PE. My students will tell you that their safety is always my number one concern in every PE lesson. I also fear that due to management challenges, these double class sizes will decrease the quality of our PE program and the amount of individualized instruction that I'll be able to provide to my students. My students are my why, and I feel very strongly that the AISD proposal is not what is best for our kids. Our AISD students deserve a well-balanced education that values overall safety and nurtures the whole child. Thank you for your urgent attention in this matter.
Good morning, Dr. Elizalde and the Board of Trustees. My name is Christine Allen, and I'm the parent of an elementary student in AISD and a proud supporter of Education Austin. As you know, the union's At What Cost campaign includes demands for additional planning time for all elementary teachers. We can all agree that elementary teachers need more planning, but at what cost? The district's essential areas redesign does not value the whole child. This proposal cuts art and music to just once weekly for 60 minutes. This is a reduction from 59 classes to just 37 classes per year. This decision alone, should it be implemented, will accelerate inequity because well-off families will supplement their children's arts education through private classes. This does not align with the district's equity goals. This proposal also calls for daily grade level PE to assist with common planning. While daily PE would have had great health benefits, our elementary gyms were not built to accommodate entire grade levels. This is a safety hazard. I personally am concerned about the exodus of teachers, especially essential areas teachers, should this plan be implemented. For those PE teachers that remain next year, I worry about the unsustainable stress that these changes will cause. The well-being of our teachers directly affects the well-being of our students.
Hi, my name is Libby Gagney, and I am a parent at Maplewood Elementary. First, I wanted to thank the board and Dr. Elizalde for your hard work and dedication to our district. I also wanted to voice my opposition to the daily PE proposal. I agree, certainly, that teachers need more planning time, and I just urge the board to find an alternative solution that will maintain no more than 30-1 ratio in PE for safety purposes and will also result in no reduction in arts and music time. Let's keep our essential areas essential. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Kilday. I have 3 kids in AISD. Their names are, she's in 4th grade at Boone Elementary. He is in 7th grade at Bailey Middle School. He was a sophomore at Bowie High School. I'm calling about the proposed changes to the PE, arts, and music program. I want you to save our essentials by not making these changes. It would harm our students. My daughter, who is in 4th grade, she loves art, and she has the best time in that class. It's one of her favorites. She says she wants to be an art major when she grows up. These changes would put stress on these teachers and not reward them in any way. It takes away essential time that our kids need. They lost a lot of this time during the pandemic, and I know they have work to catch up on, and I know the budget needs to be changes, but this is not the answer. Please don't do this to our programs. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim Rodriguez, and I have 3 students in AISD. I'm calling to urge you to save our essential areas in AISD. The plan that's being considered right now would provide 37% less art and music classes, which is unacceptable. The fine arts are so important to many aspects, including academics and also social emotional learning. The ratios this would create in PE is unsafe. 1 to 45 creates a danger in the gym. The gyms are not designed to accommodate that many kids, and the quality would suffer. You just can't do the same amazing PE instruction that we're used to in AISD. So please preserve our essential areas. Thanks so much.
Hi, my name is Raymond Para. I'm a concerned parent of 3 AISD children. I heard about a proposal that is happening, and I am mortified about what could happen to our children's essential areas. I heard that the classes of music and art were being cut from 59 to 37. That's a almost 40% drop in classes. While PE is getting double classes, 45 students to one teacher, that is a safety hazard. I know the gyms are not big enough to have that many students all at once. And if a campus has to combine classes with another PE teacher, that would be 90 kids to 2 teachers and maybe 1 teaching assistant if they accept a job that is well underpaid. I think we need to do something about this. And please really consider what's best for the children. And I believe another proposal is the best way to do so. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kristen Davis. I'm an AISD parent, a professor at UT, and have extensive experience in early childhood education. I'm calling to voice my opposition to the proposed changes to the Essential Areas rotation schedule. I believe this plan will be harmful to our students and our schools. It is not developmentally appropriate. It is unsafe regarding the PE class changes, and I fear we will lose our PE teachers when we ask them to basically babysit. Art and music 60-minute deep dives is not developmentally appropriate either for younger students. In addition, the reduced art and music time goes against what AISD has valued for decades, and that was a big part of what has drawn our family to AISD in the first place. Our children need the expressive arts at this time, and we know that this instruction benefits them on the SEL levels and in academic performance. Lastly, I've been informed that the extra time teachers will get is actually for training to teach the test. If this is true, the plan has been flagrantly misrepresented to AISD families, which is deceitful and shameful. Please don't push these changes through. Find a cost-efficient, child-centered approach to giving our teachers the support they need. Do not further destabilize our schools during this already difficult time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Martha Castillo, principal at Jane C. Langford Elementary. I'm calling in support for extended teacher planning. I am very appreciative that we were given parameters which made it possible for us to create a flexible schedule that supports data analysis and planning at a deeper level and also provides an opportunity to integrate campus-specific programming. I'm in support because elementary teachers have traditionally struggled with the equity in planning time when compared to middle school and high school teachers. This move finally begins to address the issue. Please vote in favor of extended planning for teachers. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Elizalde and Board of Trustees. My name is Lavada Dominguez, and I'm a Harris Elementary PE teacher. I'm calling about the current AIC proposal for essential areas. This proposal cuts arts and music to just only 60 minutes a week. This proposal also calls for daily grade level PE to assist with common planning, which is great. Having PE daily would be great. However, our gyms do not accommodate whole grade levels. They only accommodate single classes. If it's a safety concern, it's a safety hazard. We will be more of crowd control than it is teaching quality lessons. And we teach quality lessons now because we have smaller classes. AIC, the students deserve a well-balanced education that values overall safety and nurtures the whole child. AIC needs to implement a solution that celebrates our multifaceted students while also treating essential area teachers as essential certified educators and not just the answer to classroom planning. We love what we do, and we want to be able to do that with smaller classes. Thank you for your urgent attention to this matter.
Hi, my name is Amy Downing. I work for Creative Action, a very involved nonprofit with Austin Independent School District. I run enrollment there, and I taught there for many years in many of the after-school programs in Austin ISD. And now I have 2 children within the district, one a middle schooler and one a first grader. I'm deeply, deeply concerned about the issue of cutting arts programming to the kids, especially in the smaller elementary school grades. The arts are completely essential to kids' development of creativity, and it's that type of creativity that creates innovation in the sciences, mathematics, and all of the humanities. Without this nurturing that children they need in order to think creatively in the world. Also, if you cut these classes, everyone with money will outsource and go get this type of enrichment outside of the district. But what will happen to the children who do not have the type of resource available to them at home? please, please consider keeping the ABC schedule, keeping our classes every day. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Althea Deutsch, and I am a PE teacher at Casey Elementary. And although I'm in complete support of teacher planning, it does come at a cost. The current AISD proposal doesn't value the whole child. This proposal cuts art and music to just once weekly for 60 minutes, and that's a reduction from 59 classes to 37 classes per year. This proposal also calls for daily PE, which again, all in favor of, but it does have some great. Our gyms were not built for this. We are single class sizes for the last 20 years, these gyms are not built for entire grade levels. It is a safety hazard. The student ratio, 45-1, it's not developmentally appropriate for early childhood age students, and it's not safe. AISDs pride themselves on the whole child. This is not a whole child approach. Thank you for this urgent matter, and hopefully that we can change things soon.
Hi, this is Robinelle Headfield. I'm the grandmother of a child at Pleasant Hill in the first grade. I think that the new idea for next year is ridiculous. I think you're asking for a lawsuit. That is way too many young children together in one area by being supervised only by two people. I think it's a very bad idea. It's not fair to the PE teachers either. Anyway, that's the way I feel about it. I hope that things change. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Lee Gardner-Warrenfeld. I have two children in AISD. I'm very concerned about the current restructuring of essential areas in elementary. Daily PE sounds great, but the current proposal creates a safety risk for our students and reduces the quality of essential areas across the board. There's got to be a better way to get classroom teachers more planning time that doesn't come at the expense of professionals, our valued art and PE and music teachers. They are professionals. They are teachers. They deserve the same respect. Dr. Elizalde and the trustees should be encouraged to consider alternatives for the ratio that's currently proposed in PE with no reduction in art and music class time. We have always been an arts-rich district, and this is really undermining best practices. Please reconsider. Thanks.
Good evening, Dr. Elizalde and the Board of Trustees. My name is Mal Tarno, and I am a fourth grade student at Blazer Elementary. I do not support the Essential Areas redesign plan. Music and art are my passions, and I cannot imagine having less time learning about them next year. I know that music and art help my brain to work better. I love all the things that I'm currently learning in PE, and I do not think it would be possible or safe to learn those things with an entire grade level having PE at the same time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erica Bowden, and I'm an AISD parent, and I'm calling about the proposed PE changes and changes to our essential areas. I'm really concerned about how this will affect our children. The 45-1 ratio for PE is not appropriate developmentally or socially for elementary school children. And the reduction in arts and music time is also a real shame for AISD. And what concerns me most is that there wasn't any community input period that included teachers and parents and children. And yet it seems like it's a done deal. And I, as a parent who's been at AISD for years, I just don't appreciate that. I really urge you to not vote to pass this proposed changes and to listen to the teachers. Thank you.
My name is Patrick Slevin. I am an AISD parent and executive director of Austin Sound Waves. For the past decade, we have provided music programs and resources that together represent an in-kind investment of well over $1 million to Austin ISD. I love my job and I'm proud of the work we do. But I'm most proud of my job as an AISD elementary parent. As a parent and partner, I urge you not to reduce elementary fine arts time by even 1 minute. I urge you not to allow anything less than an every third day rotation. Minutes are important, but frequency matters just as much for all grades. I ask you to stand behind our reputation as an arts-rich district. And I ask you to stay true to your words that our students can have it all. Don't cut back minutes for elementary arts, and don't allow less frequent class meetings. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Heather Petrozzini, and I am the proud principal of Mary E. Cunningham Elementary. I am calling to support additional planning time for teachers during the work week. Over the past 2 years, teachers have worked tirelessly to support our students through these challenging times. Teachers often work long hours after school and on weekends to plan for the academic and social-emotional success of our students. Giving teachers a minimum of 2 extra hours a week to focus on planning for student outcomes will align with our strategic plan and student performance outcomes. Now is the time to support our teachers and give them the time they need to help our students. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Hello, I am calling as a parent and elementary music teacher. As a parent, I do not want my child to lose 37% of their art and music time. I do not feel okay with my child being in a gym with over 100 students at times. I do not see how they will receive as much individualized attention or the same quality physical education they have enjoyed until now. Many students benefit academically, personally, and emotionally from music class. Data shows music helps students strengthen their understanding in all core subjects, enhances their ability to think critically, and actually enhances performance on tests. It forms different personal connections that many students need, and it does provide an emotional outlet for students as well. All year, I've heard equity, budget, and data. This plan is highly inequitable, costs more, and ignores data supporting the importance of fine arts and quality physical education. Are we going to spend more to give our students and families less? Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Elizalde and the Board of Trustees. My name is Loren Tarno, and I am a parent of a 4th grader and a music educator in Austin. I'm also a proud member of Education Austin. Education Austin's At What Cost campaign includes demands number 3 that demands additional planning time for all elementary teachers. We can all agree that elementary teachers need more planning, but at what cost? The district's essential areas redesign does not value the whole child. This proposal cuts art and music to just once weekly for 60 minutes. This is a reduction from 59 classes to 37 classes per year. This proposal also calls for daily grade level PE to assist with common planning. While daily PE would have great health benefits, our Austin ISD elementary gyms were built to accommodate single class sizes, not entire grade levels. This is a safety hazard. On top of having limited space for PE, this proposal also alters the students to teacher ratio in PE to be 45 to 1. This is not developmentally appropriate for early childhood age students, nor is it safe. Our Austin ISD students deserve a well-balanced education that values overall safety and nurtures the whole child. AISD needs to implement a solution that
Hi, my name is Minda Anderson. I'm an Austin ISD employee. I'm calling in support of the Education Austin At What Cost campaign, specifically 2 concerns. The first, I would like to reiterate the need for increasing our hourly wage for our classified workers. They work incredibly hard for our community, especially for our kids. And I'd love to see the district honor their work by increasing their wage to a livable wage. The second, I'm extremely concerned about the proposed plan for next school year to increase at the elementary level the ratio of students to teacher in PE to 45 to 1. That's incredibly unsafe, and I'm especially concerned about teacher burnout. I personally have taught 45 students at a time. I cannot imagine doing that all day, every day. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Grant Hudson. I'm an Austin resident. I have 2 daughters enrolled in AISD schools. one first grader at Becker Elementary and one sixth grader at Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders. I am calling to protest the changes to the essential classes in music and visual art and the changes to physical education teacher ratios. Music and visual art are essential to an education because they help children access creativity and their own original ideas in a way that general academics cannot. Our children will be in a future where artificial intelligence occupies many of the jobs that simply require proficiency in math or grammar. In order for a human being to be competitive and to have rewarding employment in the future of this civilization, they will need to access the things that only humans can do, which is create new ideas, access new concepts and new designs from nothing.
Hi, my name is Carmen Samilpa. I am an AISD parent to an elementary kid and middle school kid. I'm calling, I'm not in support of the current AISD proposal for our PE, music, and art classes. PE especially, we cannot accommodate 45 kids in an area on our campus. I don't see how this can be done to give quality instruction. There's just no way. I've been a TA at the elementary school level as well, and there's just not a way to do this. I respectfully request the board to table this and visit every campus, elementary school campus, to see what each school can actually provide, what spaces, what it will look like with your plan. This is not going to be able to work. This takes away from our children. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Taylor. I am a father of two children in AISD, and I'm calling in regards to the change in special area schedule for next year. I feel like this proposal is absolute garbage. My children's favorite specials are music and art, and it looks to me like this proposal is going to be cutting time from the two most motivating factors for my children to go to school. Losing more time in art and music is definitely a bad proposal. I feel like there's other more beneficial ways to try to free up planning instead of cutting my child's most favorite subject area, art and music. I'm also not comfortable with a tiny gym in our school being filled with 45 students. I don't feel like this is safe for my children. I don't feel like there is going to be enough room for the children to even begin to try to play games. With 45 kids in a gym, to me it seems like you're not going to be doing anything except running stations the entire time, which is not particularly beneficial for my students or for my kids who are students at the school. So,
Chad Bennett, Galindo Elementary, 17 years AISD, teaching elementary PE. The issues are that it is completely unsafe to have 45 children to one teacher. It is costing a lot of extra money. They have not considered SPED, that those kids are getting left out once again. You'll have to hire triple the number of adaptive PE teachers. The answer we keep getting is check with your principal, figure it out with your principal. The polls that have gone out just ask parents, are you okay with giving classroom teachers more planning time? They do not tell them your kid is going to be 45 to 1 for PE. They will have 90 kids in a gym built for about 40 kids. The parents are being kept in the dark on this issue, and we even have PE teachers told you cannot speak to your PTA to just give them the information, and that is a major problem to me. We've had another PE teacher that was on the news that was approached by her principal the very next day. That's bullying by a district that is very anti-bullying.
Hello, my name is Nadia Garcia. I am calling as a Blazier parent and 11 years in the AISD district. I do not agree with the proposed change to the essential areas because this is something that I've seen my children enjoy. It helps break up their day, their week. It gives the teacher time to do things that they need to be a better teacher. It provides the knowledge of the arts and keeps our kids active. This is super important for me, for my child, and it's also important to have that engagement for the students on campus. We talk about it every day, whether it be my junior high kids or my now kindergartner. This is something they look forward to. It adds the balance of learning in and out of the classroom. I totally disagree with the change and or elimination, including the increase of headcount in this time.
Hi, my name is Grant Chris Williamson. I'm in 5th grade and go to Lee Elementary. And here are some reasons why we should not do the new specials plan. Number one, special teachers have no say in the new plan that will drastically change their jobs. Number two, the purpose of school is to learn things to help them in life. And art and music are amazing career paths that will help them just as much, if not more, than PE. I think that doubling PE would be terrible. My class of 23 kids is already a lot. Almost doubling would make learning nearly impossible. And if we take away music and art, it would cut down even more on the learning. Please reconsider this plan, and thank you for listening.
Hello, Dr. Elizalde and Board of Trustees. I'm a teacher and parent with Austin ISD. I am not in favor of the essential area proposed schedule for next year. PE numbers will be too large. This is not safe for our gen ed students and especially our special education students. There will not be enough music and art time either. My own child's favorite class was art and now in high school doing all the fine artsy classes. How will this affect future middle school and high school fine arts programs? I thought our number one priority was balancing the budget, but this plan requires hiring lots more teachers for essential areas. And what about adapted PE? Will these students go every day because district says so, or follow their individualized education plan? How many more adapted PE teachers will we have to hire? We should not have these special needs students in a gym with 45 plus students anyway. Definitely not safe. Please keep all students safe with smaller class sizes in PE. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Wesley Bush Whittington. I'm in 1st grade, and I like art better than PE. It's more fun, and plus I get to bring things home. And also, I think it's too crowded in PE to have that many people.
Good morning, Dr. Elizalde and the Board of Trustees. My name is Lydia Vasquez. I am an AISD parent. My daughter and I are both products of the Austin Independent School District, and now she is a proud PE teacher. When this pandemic hit, I saw my daughter get creative to make remote PE accessible and fun. I constantly see her work tirelessly, trying to do more and to be the best for her students. These past couple of years have been hard, but she has handled each challenge in stride. This new proposal has made my passionate educator question her future with the district. Austin ISD, if this proposal goes through, you'll be losing some irreplaceable talent, not just my daughter, but many other PE teachers. Listen to the people who are integral in implementing your proposals. They are the experts. I'm fearful that if you don't, the people who will lose the most are the students. 45-1, it's not safe. Keep essential areas essential. Thank you for your urgent attention in this matter.
Hello, Dr. Elizalde and the Board of Trustees. My name is Iliana Ramirez, and I am a PE teacher at Barrington Elementary School. Last week, my school competed in a volleyball tournament here on campus. The whole grade level came together to play a volleyball game where they got to show their skills and teamwork. Since then, all I've heard from students, teachers, and admin is how memorable that tournament was to them. My students were able to have the opportunity to learn and play volleyball because I have the time to work. I have the time to work with individual class sizes for hands-on learning. This year, my students received a grant from APER to have one volleyball for each student in class. If class sizes triple next year, my students will spend time in line waiting rather than working on physical skills they need to participate in memorable events like the one they just had. Please consider my school when deciding a 45-to-1 ratio for PE next year. My school is 99% economically disadvantaged, and this is one of the only places they have to participate in sports. Taking away their one-on-one time in PE would be a disservice. Thank you for your urgent attention to this matter.
Soy un padre de ISD. Mi estudiante ha estado esperando por un año una evaluación completa. ¿Cuál sería un plan para mejorar la educación especial? Gracias.
This is an English interpretation of an AISD parent's message. I am a parent from AISD. My student has been waiting for 1 year for an evaluation to be completed. What could be a plan to improve special education? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Henris Curiel Shaw. I am a parent of a future kindergartner in the Independent School District, and I am also a child therapist, and I have significant concerns about the proposal to change special areas. I am concerned about my child's safety. Is it possible to attend to 95-year-olds in a safe manner and be able to meet all their needs? Not just safety needs, but like emotional, and how can a child be prepared for learning when there's only one adult for 45 other children? And also the reduction in the exposure to arts, music and art is also detrimental to their learning. So I would really appreciate if other options are available if special areas need to be changed in any way. But this current proposal is not optimal for our children's well-being.
Hello, my name is Holt Haley Walker, and I'm a parent of 2 students in Austin ISD, and I'm recording this message in response to proposed changes to high-quality physical education in the district. And I'm asking that district leaders reject the proposed changes to the quality of art, music, health, and physical education in AISD. I'm a former teacher, and I know from firsthand experience and best practices that a 45-to-1 student-to-teacher ratio inside a gym is unsafe and would be unacceptable. Cutting arts and cultural learning in elementary schools with 22 fewer class meeting sessions would be a great loss to our student population and contrary to the goals of equity in our district. The current rotation schedule has been a great benefit to my children and given them a quality and well-rounded arts education, and it's frankly their favorite reason to get out of bed and go to school in the morning, especially during the turmoil of the last 2 years. The value of essential areas is part of why we chose AISD over private school for our children. And as parents, we're seeing an outpouring of teacher responses against these changes, rejecting the idea that this is the best way to provide more planning time for our elementary teachers. So I ask that other solutions be considered.
Hello, this is Karina. I have a 5th grader at Maplewood Elementary and a freshman at Ann Richards School for Women's Leaders. Please save our essentials. I don't need to explain to educators how PE, art, and music are important for our kids. Thanks.
My name is Hannah Ravine, and I'm an AISD parent. AISD is committed to a comprehensive educational experience, focusing on the whole child and all children, as was evident with the decision to mandate masking. We recognize that doing what is right for the whole community is never easy, but we believe you have the courage and the creativity to make our schools better for all. Your current proposal is incompatible with your responsibility to care for every child to be healthy, safe, engaged, supported, and challenged. It contradicts your obligation of educational equity, and instead of ensuring that every child receives what they need to develop to their full potential, it exacerbates inequities. This proposal is inconsistent with your commitment to innovation. Instead of leaning into the power of art, music, play, and movement, we risk sliding back to the same focus on test scores. COVID has brought exponential increases in stress and burnout. Ironically, the solutions that we as adults are being told to implement are the very things you are proposing to strip away from our children. We are told to step away from our screens and desks, to get outside and move, to be creative and create. We know the value of movement, art, and music more than ever before, yet we propose changes that will be detrimental to the well-being of our children. Please keep the ABC rotation, increase arts education, and keep PE class sizes safe and appropriate. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angela Meyer. My daughter is in 2nd grade in Austin ISD, and I am calling to ask you all to save our essential classes. My daughter thrives in music and art. She sings every night, and she wants to color and draw and create things with her art teacher and her music teacher. And she also does better in smaller groups, especially when it comes to PE or physical education. She does better in the smaller groups. 45 students to one teacher doesn't seem like a very safe ratio at all compared to what it is now. I would really love for the Austin ISD to take to heart that our kids need these music and art and PE classes to be efficient, and they need enough time to be able to grow their brain more than just math, reading, writing. They need outlets and ways to improve themselves and be able to use their brains in other non mathematical ways or non-curriculum ways. Please save our essentials.
Hi, my name is Colleen Lyon, and I'm the parent of a student in an elementary school. I'm calling to express my concern with the plan to limit art, music, and PE for our students. Art, music, and PE are just as important to a good education as math, science, and reading, and we need to make sure we're providing a rich and varied educational experience and not just teaching to a test. Reducing the amount of total time students participate in those classes, along with lowering the number of classes, will only hurt our students. Art, music, and PE are important for coordination, for social emotional learning, and for creativity. PE classes with a 45-to-1 ratio of students to teachers is unsafe and not fair to our students or to our teachers. I know this is supposed to help teachers with planning time, but I've heard nothing but concern about this plan from our teachers. They don't want this plan. Please keep the current ADC schedule. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Bonnie Knight. I am an art educator with Austin ISD. I am gravely concerned about this proposal, mainly because of the decreased art and music instruction our students would get. We also have to consider the special education inequities as well as the art, music, enrichment inequities that would be involved with our demographics. We're also interrupting a 40-year proven system that has worked. And the unsafe PE conditions, AISD better be prepared for the lawsuits that will be coming. AISD becomes less competitive in the job market, and to use our tax dollars for 30 additional minutes of planning for teachers is just ludicrous. And I'm hoping the board will please consider that there are alternatives that are much more viable and not as disruptive to our curriculum. I'm hoping that y'all will weigh this in the balance, because we are the frontline people out here every day making the difference, as opposed to those in the central office. Thank you so much for your time, and we're hoping you make the right decision on the behalf of Austin educators as well as our.
My name is Jan Peterson. I'm an elementary music teacher. The proposed changes would gut my program and seriously impact my YPGs. I think there are much simpler solutions, such as getting out of school at 2:45 and having that last planning period be the last period of the day from 2:45 to 3:30. That wouldn't cost anything, and it wouldn't have the impact. Thank you.
Good morning. Just wanted to say daily PE sounds great, but the current proposal creates a safety risk for our students and reduces the quality of essential area education across the board. There has to be a better way to get classroom teachers more planning time that does not come at the expense of valued colleagues and our children's quality of education. Dr. Elizalde and the trustees should be encouraged to consider alternatives that maintain a maximum of 30-to-1 ratio in PE with no reduction in art, no reduction in music class time, and also creates opportunities for AISD to stand out against charter and private school alternatives. Thanks for listening. Bye.
Good evening. My name is Candace Hunter. I'm the parent of an Austin ISD student. I'm calling about item 5.3. As the board, by extension the public, receives an update on special education this evening, I hope that we not only hear gains and improvements. These are important as they motivate and give staff confidence, as well as acknowledging the value of the work they're doing. We also need to hear where we have yet to improve and may have even regressed, because it is this information that informs the work still to be done. By only reporting positives, the district further erodes the fragile relationship between itself and families. We are in the art meetings, in the classrooms, and most importantly, we see firsthand the impact on our children. I hope that our board will ask the hard questions, the district will answer honestly, and grapple with how to move special education services forward to better serve every student. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eleanor Walter. I'm a community advocate and a future educator. I'm calling today because I was recently alerted to a proposed change in AISD policy, which would reduce art in classes by 30 minutes per week. Cutting art ignores the inherently intersectional nature of education, particularly denying students the opportunity to grow in social emotional learning, which is shown to improve academic achievement by 11 percentile points. The National School Board Association recently actually called for more arts education in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, saying that arts are social and it would help further the development that some students are hitting roadblocks with due to the pandemic and to isolation. Also, just in my own life, I have worked at Safe Alliance, I've worked at Creative Action, and I've seen the impact that arts education can have firsthand. I've seen students who might not necessarily consider themselves creative people grow and feel more comfortable expressing themselves in healthy manners due to arts education. Thank you so much. Bye.
This is Cheryl Johnson. I'm a parent to multiple children in elementary school within AISD, and I'm asking you to please leave our essential areas. Do not make the proposed changes to the specials for next year. We would love it if you would keep it as is. Thank you.
Charlene Chang. I'm the principal at Johnson Elementary School in Austin ISD. I would like to share my appreciation to the board that we are trying to look through the equity lens and to consider giving our teachers in elementary levels with the same kind of opportunities to plan with their colleagues. So thank you for looking into the possibility for our elementary teachers to have the additional learning period, planning period for our students. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Claire Champagne, and I'm a parent of 2 elementary-age students in Austin ISD. I'm calling in regards to the proposed changes to essential areas for students, and I'm calling just to ask that you reconsider. I think it is a mistake to reduce the amount of time students spend in art and music. I think there are valuable lessons, and some of the most amazing projects that my kids have brought home or I've seen performed happened in art and music. Also, increasing the ratio of students in PE, I don't see how you will not diminish the quality of the instruction offered in PE, and how you would be able to teach with that many students in a room and how you would keep students safe. I hope you will consider these changes and consider doing something else to preserve our essential areas. Thank you.
Greetings, my name is Stacy Smith, and I am a parent of a 5th grader in the Martin attendance zone who will not be in the 6th grade elementary program. I am calling regarding the data that's just been put out, crying victory, about 63% of families that stayed in that are going to opt into the 6th grade program. Please, trustees, ask the administration to disaggregate those numbers with the Mendez community numbers and the Martin community numbers. How many families are opting in to Ortega 6th grade, Gull Valley 6th grade, Allison 6th grade, Zavala and Sanchez Met 6th grade? Also, please ask what the actual goals are. Is it to build up Martin? Martin's going to see a huge drop in enrollment. They have 500 kids right now. What are the goals to build up Martin so that the 7th and 8th grades can be strong and the school can be well enrolled? Thank you so much and have a great day.
My name is Sonia Berry. I'm a parent of 2 students at Oak Hill Elementary. I'm very concerned about the proposed changes to essential areas at the elementary schools. I understand that teachers need planning time, but turning PE teachers into little more than babysitters with too large of classes and at some schools no space for those additional students doesn't seem like a good solution. I propose ending the school day at 2:45 and allowing teachers planning time after dismissal so that we can leave essential areas essential. Thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Baltasar López. Hablo porque yo tengo un hijo
con disabilidad en el condado de Austin. Y solo hablo para dar mi opinión, que no estoy de acuerdo con la propuesta que están haciendo de tantos, son muchos alumnos o muchos niños para una sola maestra, y no me siento seguro con eso, con esa propuesta, y es mi opinión. Gracias.
This is an English interpretation of Baltasar Lopez's message. Hello, my name is Baltasar Lopez. I am calling because I have a son with a disability in the county of Austin, and I am only calling to give my opinion that I do not agree with the proposal that they are making of so many students. That is too many children for one teacher, and I do not feel safe with that proposal. And that is my opinion. Thank you.
Hello, this is Oriana Love. I'm the parent of 2 elementary age AISD students. I wanted to voice my concern regarding the proposed PE teacher to student ratios being 45-1, and just voice that perhaps it's not the best way to do things, and perhaps the more individualized attention that could be given to the students is the right way to go. It feels unfair, not just to our students, but also to our PE coaches. Thank you.
My name is Nathan Wyman. I'm a parent of a student at Lee Elementary. I am very concerned and upset about the reduction in art, music, and PE for our students. Not only do all of these have been shown to greatly increase brain activity and stimulation, and they're important not just throughout the day, but throughout a child's life. Many students won't have access to these things in their home, and school is the first place they get to experience these very essential things for a liberal arts degree or for any child trying to grow and become as best they can. Arts in particular are used in every capacity. It's a form of communication that's used through carpentry, not just fine arts. You use it in math. All these things are essential. We need to be able to communicate and express ourselves and live a full life, and our children deserve that. I'm horrified that you would try to reduce this to the point that we talked about.
Hi, this is Ann Boone. I have 3 children that attend AISD at Maplewood Elementary. One's in kinder, one's in 2nd grade, and one's in 4th grade. I wanted to call and let you guys know that I do not support the changes to essential areas that are currently being proposed. Although adding both more physical education and planning time for teachers is worthy of problem solving and discussion, the proposed plan is at the expense of already hardworking and valuable PE teachers, children's ability to thrive, and have a full physical education experience. It's also at the expense of art and music, which are essential to a whole and well-rounded educational experience. PE, music, and art need to be on a more equitable rotation than the proposed plan in order to support whole child education. A teacher and student ratio of 45-1 is absolutely unacceptable. The ratio compromises the very space and teaching environment a gymnasium offers for successful and fair physical education experience. I'm opposed to the current proposed changes to essential areas and look forward to hearing new and innovative and informed ideas from the district moving forward. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Garcia, and I'm the parent of an Austin ISD student. I'm calling to advocate for our elementary PE and essential areas teachers. I ask that you do not approve and implement the proposed changes to the essential areas schedule at elementary schools next year. There will be too many students for our PE teachers to teach and supervise at one time. Students will not get quality lessons, there's a higher chance of student injury, and this has the potential to burn out our PE teachers and cause them to resign or look for jobs in other districts. Please consider keeping the schedule the way it currently is to protect our PE, music, and art programs in our elementary schools. Thank you.
This concludes public comment. Trustees, are there any clarifications or follow-up directly to the administration? I'd also at this time recognize that Trustee Letitia Anderson has joined us by video. Trustees, if there are no clarifications or follow-up directly to the administration, as a reminder to our community, please feel free to share any general comments or questions on non-voting items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. Our next items are part of our commitment to discuss student achievement. And tonight we have two scorecard items, one for reviewing third grade reading outcomes and another for the discussion on our discipline scorecard items. First, we'll discuss the third grade reading outcomes. Dr. Elizalde.
Thank you, President Rodriguez, members of the board. As you all know, we have been working on our monitoring of our scorecard, and we'd like to revisit our third grade middle of year MAP reading data along with our implementation and information that we're really learning about as we continue towards this at some point post-pandemic era. So I'm going to turn this over to our Chief Academic Officer, Elizabeth Casas, and our Associate Superintendent for Elementary Schools, Gilbert Hicks. And we will start off with some of the data. And again, some of this we had shared previously when we started with beginning of year data. Now we have middle of year data, and so this is an ongoing process. And so I'll turn it over to them, and they know I'll jump in whenever I feel the need to do so.
Good evening, Board President Rodriguez, Dr. Elizalde, and trustees. It's a pleasure to be here with you again tonight. So today we're talking about scorecard goal number 2, which is students identified as economically disadvantaged being on grade level on our state assessment. And tonight we're talking about the goal progress measure, which is African American students identified as economically disadvantaged being on grade level on our assessments. And we're talking tonight about our middle of the year assessment in comparison to the beginning of the year assessment. And then the second goal progress measure is 2.2, which is our Hispanic students also identified as economically disadvantaged. And so you see on page 1 that at the end of last year, we were at 21% at the meets grade level on our state assessment. And so page 2, you see the overall the state assessment, that at the district level, we dropped 13% in comparison to the state. The state was at 35, and at the end of last year, we were at, the state was at 35, and they dropped 8 points to 27. And as a district, we went from 34 to 13, and that's on the state assessment at last year. And then the next table shows the progress from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year for our African American students identified as economically disadvantaged. There was an increase from the beginning of the year of 3 points from 16 to 19% of our students being on grade level for reading. And then for our Hispanic students, there was a 1 point increase of from 16% to 17%.
Okay, before you move on, go back to that slide 1 second. So as we look at this, our initial response, of course, is, wow, the needle isn't moving. So what I'd like us to imagine is that Ms. Casas is taking us through the peeling of an onion, because we don't want to draw conclusions from data that are at a 30,000-foot view, because these are going to be improvements over time. And so she's going to stratify this. And I also want to emphasize that while the goal progress measures focused on our African American and Latino Hispanic students, the next chart, your next table you're going to see is our commitment to always bringing you disaggregated data in every student group. Our students receiving special education services, students that are identified as emergent bilinguals, and so on.
Thank you, Dr. Elizalde. And so the next table, the top table, is our absolute performance. So you see that from beginning of the year at the all level, we went from 40 to 44%. And then when you break it down by economically disadvantaged, we see 19% to 21%. And then non-economically disadvantaged, there was a higher increase of 4% from 56 to 60%. However, what we do see also is a similar trend that we've seen in all of the other data sets that we look at every month, is that when we look at our non-economically disadvantaged African American students, they're still below our economically disadvantaged white students. And interesting, when you look at the percent of growth from beginning of the year to the middle of the year, the highest group that made gains was our white students that were economically disadvantaged. They went from 37 to 36%. And the groups that had the least amount of growth are our Hispanic students that went from 23 to 24%, our emergent bilingual students that went from 16% to 17%. And so we see that there's still a lot of work to be done there in these areas as we differentiate instruction to meet the needs of our different student groups. And then the second table that we started disaggregating the data with the projected growth, we've talked about students at the beginning of the year receive a RIT score. And the higher the RIT score demonstrates higher performance. The lower the RIT score means lower performance. And then each individual student at the beginning of the year, based on their RIT score, receives an individualized growth target. And so this second table shows the percent of students that met their growth target from beginning of the year to the middle of the year. And so you see that for our all group, we had 60% of all third graders who met their growth target from beginning of the year to the middle of the year. And then you see the data disaggregated by students. And so we see that our African American students grew 62% from beginning of the year, 62% of our students met their growth target. And you see the data there broken down by student groups. And our lowest group that made growth was, again, our emergent bilingual students in the economically disadvantaged category. No, actually, it's our students who receive special education services, or the lowest percent of students who met their growth targets.
And we want to focus here for a moment, because we do begin to see that we are creating at the classroom level, because that's the only place where student academic achievement occurs, is the growth and the work that our teachers are doing every single day. So again, as a reminder that these are third grade students who have not had a complete uninterrupted year since their
first grade
kindergarten, because in first grade was March of 2020, and then the following year was second grade, and now we're in their third grade. So just keeping in mind the challenges that the campuses, our campus leaders, and our teachers, and we are beginning to see that students are meeting their growth targets. We still see disproportionality. And so as one of our callers alluded to on a different subject, but it's the same theme, we need to celebrate the successes, and we also have to face the brutal facts that we still see disproportionate improvement, and we have to continue to work with our systems in order for us to see this disproportionality change in actual student outcomes.
The other thing I would add on this, the second group of this targeted, the students that met their growth target, that in order for them to stay at the same place from beginning to the middle of the year, they have to show growth. So the fact that 50% of our students are meeting their growth targets is great. However, we know that because of the pandemic, the starting point was much lower this year, so we need to see disproportionate gains. And so while we're seeing about 50% on average of our students meeting their growth targets, we still need to see that much higher in order to get our students back to being closer to being on grade level. And so that's why the next set of data, we started peeling it back a little bit further, because we know that because students have individual growth targets, some students may need 7 points, some students may need 2 points. We also wanted to look at individual students to see maybe there were one RIT score point away from meeting their growth target. So we also wanted to capture what percent of students were actually making growth from beginning to the middle of the year. And so this third data, you see that at the all level, 84% of our students made growth from beginning to middle of the year. And so these numbers are much higher, which are very exciting, because we talked about we want to celebrate our students, and we want to make sure that 100% of our students are making growth. And at least in this area, we see that it is above 80% in general, that students are making growth. And so the goal is that if we continue to make growth every time, our students will eventually get back to where they need to be and being on grade level.
And I do want to reiterate that this is measures of academic performance. This is not STAR. This is not a state assessment. This is not a criterion reference test that you can teach students how to take. This is a normed reference test that talks about the foundational necessary skills within these areas at a grade level. So always want to remind everyone that we are in full agreement with this is not about teaching to the test, and that's one of the reasons that MAP is so widely used throughout the entire United States, because it doesn't matter what state you're in, it's about measuring student increases, growth towards a normed standard of skills rather than we're going to teach and drill to this test.
And being the data nerds that we are, we're really excited about a new report that we discovered yesterday that we're sending out to all of the campuses next year that shows you by content the specific skills of where the students are. And it's really color-coded so that you can see students are really strong in Arthur's craft, but they're struggling with summarization. And so that teachers can then dig deeper and really customize the areas. Because if students are doing really well in an area, we want them to focus on the areas where students need to make growth. So we're about to send that out on Monday to all the schools, and we're really excited because, we're data nerds and get excited about those things.
And that's I really want to emphasize how this helps at the classroom level, because if we say, for instance, again, we start at a very high level and we say a student is not on grade level in reading, what does that mean? That doesn't help a teacher in properly diagnosing what intervention students need. So we need to dig deeper, but teachers don't have time to do that work. We have to provide the tools so that they can spend their time doing the planning and then delivering the instruction. So these are things that we are working to support their great work in the classroom.
The next section, where are we in overall progress? And we say we're developing because we're hopeful with the 80+% of the students that are making growth. The rest of the narrative is the detail of the specific data that we just discussed. And then if we move to the next section of the district alignment to instruction, the top bullets are similar things that we've talked about in previous months, but I do want to highlight moving down to the fifth to the last bullet on the page 6. Which is we've talked about student goal setting, and we want students to feel empowered to know what their strengths and what their opportunities for growth are. And so we have embedded the goal setting forms and reflection sheets into our instructional planning guides with a script for our teachers to be able to facilitate those conversations with our students. And when we get into the demonstration, we're going to show you some samples of that so you can see what they look like and what they come to life. The other thing I want to highlight is the collaboration, again, between our school leadership and the academics and working together to get boots on the ground out there and helping our teachers with coaching and supporting not just the instruction, but also some supports with classroom management to make sure that we have really the highest leverage practices and that we're seeing small group instruction and that lessons are culturally relevant. And the last thing I want to highlight, the second to the last bullet, is the TBRI and NME. We have a 10-part series. It's called the Brain Power series, and tonight's session was on finding and landing our calm. And then on the 24th, we have a caregiver superpower session. So there's a 10-part series so we can really get that information out so people can help our students really regulate and be able to calm down and really be their best for their learning. And then I think on the next steps, the one last thing I want to highlight is that we've talked a lot about the planning time and adding the PLC time. That last bullet is really highlighting that we want to determine and set some really consistent expectations for what happens in the PLCs so that they are really good use of the time that's going to be spent. And then with that, Jacob, if you will pull up the other presentation. Okay, while he pulls that up, if you'll go to the second slide. So I wanted to highlight the student growth summary for our elementary students. The growth summary shows the orange diamond is the projected growth that the grade levels were expected to have from beginning of the year to the middle of the year. And so as you see in our third grade, the diamond, the bar graph exceeds the diamond. So our third graders were projected to make 7-point gains from beginning of the year to middle of the year, but they exceeded it. They were at 9 points. So when they look at a grade level as a whole in comparison to students across the nation and the norm reference, our third graders in Austin ISD are scoring at the 97th percentile, so they're making outstanding growth. And we want to really highlight that you see kinder, first, and second are really making growth, and that we're hoping to see the evidence of our reading academies and the science of reading really being implemented, but third grade really exceeded their growth.
And I just want to overemphasize this particular slide in two ways. One, this is totally our teacher work. This is teachers, and being able to exceed the group of students, their growth. And while this isn't absolute performance, but this is a correlated data point to what absolute performance can look like when students are exceeding their growth. So getting this much growth from the students that we just talked about, that the last time they had a full normal year was kindergarten, speaks so highly of all of our teachers' work, but we absolutely have to recognize that third grade being above what the norm is across the United States.
Next slide. And then one more slide. And so tonight's demonstration is going to be on the PLCs, what happens in the PLCs, and our goal setting. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hicks to talk through that.
And
so no lesson tonight, trustees.
We'll delve directly into the PLCs, professional learning communities. PLCs have been a cornerstone of our work through our leverage leadership framework that we've been working on throughout this entire year. What you see on the screen right now is a demonstration of sort of the catchphrases, I do, we do, and you do. On this slide, it's an example from Lala Odom Elementary School of how the work of PLCs transfers directly into the classroom and impacts the learning experiences of students. So on the first part of the slide, you see that teachers begin by unpacking the standard and understanding what students are expected to know and show in their learning. So teachers work together in their PLCs to unpack the standard, deconstruct the standard, and to understand exactly what they expect to see from students and what some of the misconceptions might be ahead of time. Using that understanding, teachers then facilitate instruction that supports students as they build meaning and increase their understanding of the concept or skill, and that's in the middle slide. Making the learning public by creating anchor charts, which that is an example of one. It's a visual that is usually created collaboratively with students and teachers in the classroom. The best ones, the best practices to do it in that way. Those anchor charts are scaffolds and ways for students to always remember what they've learned and to be able to use that as a way to help build their metacognition as well. You can walk in the classroom sometimes and you'll see students looking around the classroom for what they can use to help them. And when we do our learning walks, we will oftentimes, well, I will, and I think I've seen others do it as well, we'll ask, so what in this classroom can help you with whatever it is that they happen to be doing? And the majority of the time, they will be able to point to the anchor chart that is their buddy in that particular situation. So teachers use those very effectively. Lastly, the goal is to support the development of independent learners. We've done work over the years with Zaretta Hammond and her culturally responsive teaching in the brain, and that is a term that we have really come to rely on. The last image illustrates how students are given the opportunity to take ownership of their learning as they process and build meaning via the student task. So what you're seeing there is an example of a pair of students or a small group of students working on building their own plot template from the anchor chart and from the no-show chart. It all aligns very well. This example then shows clear application of what they had learned and throughout the lesson. We know that making growth personal and consistently focusing on developing independent learners who can show mastery of content in a variety of ways will lead to increased self-efficacy and confidence in our students. Next slide. So the focus on building self-efficacy among our students has been evident in the work in this example from Emma Galindo Elementary School. It's an expectation across our schools that our leaders and faculty identify a relevant problem of practice to work on throughout the year. At Emma Galindo Elementary School, you can see that the problem of practice that they decided upon this year was how can we develop a culture where students take ownership of monitoring their progress towards learning goals in order to demonstrate or to increase, Domain 2A student progress and Domain 3 closing the gap scores. So although that is focused on looking at how they can do well on the state assessment, it's also about student progress and it's also about closing the gaps, which are what's really most important. As a team, they identified and committed to the role that everyone plays. So you see what the leader is expected to do, what the teacher is expected to do, what the students are expected to do, and I'll point you to the leader being expected and a clear expectation from us as associate superintendents to create a data-driven culture and to actually know the data. And then that cascades down through the teachers and through the students as well. So a common thread among these individuals is that the process of reflection and as a school community is that they put a commitment into action to accomplish those particular tasks on the slide. The next slide is also from Galindo Elementary School, and they are encouraged at Galindo to reflect on both their areas of strength and their areas of growth, the students are. Each student sets a personal learning goal and a growth target for each content area and decides what they need to do in order to reach that goal. That's extremely important to individualize that task. You can see examples of the student reflections on either side of the slide, and we'll hear some of the students talking about this process in the video. The principal is sort of the narrator with the students. So on the left-hand side, you'll see that the red indicates that that's something they still need to work on, and they indicate what their growth area still is, and the green is where they are feeling very proud about where they are, and they're feeling more confident and self-efficacious about it, and the same thing on the right-hand side. So if you'll go ahead and play the video, this will be the best demonstration that we could provide.
Maybe if I
echo in the room.
Technology is our friend most of the time. Give us just a second, because this is the best part. And I think really I want to thank so many members of our Board of Trustees who have asked us about where student voice is. And this is one of those examples of us implementing and responding to feedback that we've received. And I hope you all will find this as exciting as we did. I kept asking them to play it over and over again.
Goal by going back to the text, highlighting text evidence, and by working hard. I met my goal by working hard, staying calm, not doing notes to help me answer the questions.
And what helped you on your most recent test? What'd you do?
I used paper so I could actually write on the test, and it made it way easier.
Oh, I like that. Congratulations, young lady. And what helped you achieve your goal? What did you do?
I wrote down everything instead of just doing it in my head.
Hey, that works for you. Good job.
Because usually I always do mental math.
And did wearing your glasses help?
Yes.
Thank you. So You can see that the focus on fostering student ownership of their own data and their strategies through the identified problem of practice results in growth. And I'm proud to say that at Emma Galindo Elementary School that over 90% of 4th and 5th graders met or exceeded their personal growth target on the most recent SCA. And that is something that we definitely are celebrating with the principal. I made a personal phone call to her today to let her know how proud I was of that.
And that concludes our presentation.
And we'll let our students be the mic drop, and then we can take questions.
I think I want to ask this question on behalf of Trustee Foster. Like, where do you get glasses like those? They're pretty cool glasses. Trustees, now is the time for us to ask questions on the current vision. Our goal tonight is monitoring and ensuring our reality matches the vision presented. So when asking questions, we should try to focus on the data presented, asking questions about who, what, why, and how. So, trustees, any questions? Trustee Boswell?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this presentation, the information. Thank you for the kids. Yes, that pushed my buttons in a beautiful way. I really appreciate the kid who said I worked hard and stayed calm. I will remember that. I need to work hard and stay calm. That's beautiful. But thank you for that. And I love seeing the variety of strategies for a variety of learning and the individual part of it. So thank you for that. And I really appreciate the focus on celebrating growth and the reminder that this isn't worksheets for the star. This is really rich learning and skills that kids will get. I have a question about when we look, I appreciate the kids who are meeting their targets and then the additional data on the students who are showing growth, even if they haven't quite met their targets. And we're seeing across categories 15 or 20% of students who aren't showing growth. What's your understanding of what we're seeing there and what's needed to help those students?
I'll start off, but I know that that's the group of students that our child study group begins to work with in terms of MTSS and what types of interventions do we need to work with students to see, is it a learning style? Is it an environment? Is it more wraparound services? So it's working to find which, when it is getting to that level, we're able to work with all of the groups from the campus level to the support systems of the MTSS coaches and so on. We look at attendance. There could be attendance could be something that's going on. What's causing the attendance? Are they struggling to get to school? Did they miss their bus multiple times? So I know each of it may sound like it's 15%, and then of course, it's that 15% spread out over 78 elementary campuses, and so each of them then have very unique characteristics that we need to address.
Yeah, and I would say too that in order for teachers to effectively really personalize learning for every student, they need time. They need time to really dig into the data, to plan their lessons, and that's really one of the big pushes for finding the additional planning time for our elementary teachers, because they need that time to really sit down and disaggregate the data by student, map out the activities for small group instruction, and then constantly have formative assessments where they're looking at, where are my students, what do I need to do differently, and they do need that time, and right now we're asking them to do that on nights and weekends, and that is just the reality that we have our teachers that are really great with their small group instruction, and then we have those that really need that extra time to have some think time to really plan those lessons, and that's really the focus of why we're really pushing for the planning periods.
Yeah, I appreciate that information and clarity on that. In addition to the planning time and the ability to kind of look at what individual students need, how do you feel like within our budget there is the room we need for those SEL supports, for really identifying the needs for the attendance support, for making sure that neurosequential model that kids we are able to give kids what they need to be ready to learn, that we have partners helping us? Do you feel like we're in a good place given the extraordinary needs to really meet that so students can learn, so that work that teachers are doing can really flourish with kids?
Well, I'm never going to think that we have all of the resources that our schools need. Texas ranks 43rd out of 50 in school funding. So there's no way that I could ever answer that question with a straight face and say that we have all of the funding that we need to support all of the resources that our students need. I do think we are in a much better position just because of the number of partners, as you mentioned, that have donated so much of their time, talent, and a lot of treasure for us to have this as we continue to make it a priority as it is embedded so that all students are receiving this. And then I know at each campus, without having to speak to every campus, and Mr. Hicks may be able to elaborate a little more, each principal then creates, like for instance, their continuum of services depending on what the students need, starting with the classroom teacher and whether that gets referred to a counselor on the campus, and then whether that counselor needs some additional support depending upon the student's needs. So I think there is a scaffolded approach depending on what type of wraparound services are necessary, additional supports. And I know that our academic office is continuing to create those curricula that always include the relevant curriculum. We're finding the relevancy of the curriculum culturally relevant to be a very powerful, powerful tool. And actually, we're going to hear probably a little bit of that even from Mr. Adams as he talks about the trends that he's seen when we look at our discipline scorecard indicator, along with social emotional learning, the TBRI, our seed campuses where we have fully embedded that model, and then how that is causing students that increase. We just may not be seeing that growth right now, which is the other thing. When we do see, well, there's about 15% who didn't show growth. We also, again, I have to emphasize, each of our students experience different trauma throughout this entire period of time. And everyone is not going to get caught up at the same time. Now, we should never change our goalpost or our expectations as we are led by your vision and mission for our district in ensuring that we have those high expectations for all children. And we must have that reality match our vision of having high outcomes for every student. And we also know we need to give the supports, and time is one of the supports that our schools and our teachers need for us to move everyone. Everyone's not going to go at exactly the same speed. It's very similar, I think, to when those of us that have children and they're newborns and you're taking them to your pediatrician and your pediatrician is telling you where are they, in their percentile of growth or weight, and so on. Sometimes my child was at the top on some skills, and sometimes he wasn't in some other skills. That didn't mean one was good and one was bad. It was for me to pay attention to the areas where I needed him to get caught up. But not every child's going to do it at the same way. And so we don't want to overreact to our 15% of our students not having growth, but rather dive deep into what else do they need from us to help them begin to do that.
Thank you. Very helpful. Thank you. And I have one final question. Kind of as we celebrate that growth, TEA is expecting us to celebrate other things. And kind of where do you see us on that trajectory of meeting those state accountability standards that really haven't, as you said, we need to keep those really high expectations for kids, and we are living with the reality of all that kids have been through, and our teachers and our community, and kind of what are you expecting there, and what can we do to kind of support you in that?
Thank you so much for that question in being able to help us communicate to our public the conundrum that we find ourselves in knowing that we still have to meet those state accountability requirements, and primarily because we know our students can. But we don't want that to be the driver of the why we're doing what we're doing. What I would say is it is going to be very challenging this year because we had so few students take last year's state assessment. So there are essentially while there are 3 areas that the state holds us, determines our accountability, I'm going to make it simplistic. You have a choice. They give you the best of. So domain 1 is absolute performance. How many of the kids met the on grade level? Domain 2 is growth. How many of the students met their growth targets? That could be above grade level. It could also be I was below grade level and I'm still not on grade level, but I made growth. It could be still domain 2, but it could be growth in students on campuses that are similar to a particular campus. So they put us in a group of a comparison of 40 similar schools, demographics, and they say this school had this kind of average growth. What did your school's average growth look like? So you get to pick 1, 2A, or 2B. Whichever of those is the highest, they will give you the highest. And then domain 3 is closing the achievement gaps. So the biggest challenge we're going to have for the 2022 testing is that last year we had very few students that tested. And the only way you can qualify for growth is you have to have taken the same test in the previous grade level. If you don't have that, you can't get growth. Now, 3rd grade would never have had growth as an opportunity because there is no 2nd grade. But our 4th and 5th grade students would have to have taken their previous year's reading or math in order for us to demonstrate growth. So it is going to be a challenge because we are very likely to not have had enough students being able to measure growth, which means they're only going to look possibly at absolute performance. And thank you for asking that, though, because then we get to start communicating why we may be seeing a lot of growth and it actually not register on the state accountability in year 1 of our return, if you will, to some extent from the pandemic. But we would expect accelerated growth the following school year, which is why MAP is so important to us, because we will still be able to celebrate success regardless of what the state accountability is, because we will be able to use our beginning of year to end of year to demonstrate how much our students have grown because of the dedicated teachers that we have in our district.
Great, thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Boswell. Trustee Anderson, you had a question.
Thank you for this presentation. So my question is, Ms. Casas, what does this look like for a 3rd grade student who is not reading on grade level? What does this support look like?
Thank you for asking that. So the power of what teachers are learning through the science of reading with the Reading Academy is so critical, especially right now. Looking at our 3rd grade students, if they hadn't been in school since kindergarten, then think about all of the foundational skills that they missed in first and kinder, first and second. So what does this look like? So we should be seeing some phonics instruction. We should see some fluency building. We should see some guided reading sessions, small group instruction, where teachers are reading with our students and helping them become better readers.
So I'm gonna dive into your response a little bit. If I'm a student in a classroom and I only have a teacher and I am struggling to read, how can I get the one-on-one support? What does that look like for me if I'm in a classroom? Say my classroom has, say, 30 kids, right? And I'm one student who is not really reading on grade level. I just have a teacher, not a TA in the classroom. What does that support look like for me? And what does it look like for the teacher who will be teaching me?
So I'm going to start and then I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Casas. So in a 3rd grade classroom, we wouldn't have a classroom that would be larger than 22 students as prescribed by law, number 1. And then number 2, this is part of House Bill 4545, where we then have the allocation of resources to have 3-to-1 tutoring in addition to the classroom instruction. And could you speak more to that, Ms. Casas?
The instructional plans, right. So every student needs an instructional plan to accelerate their learning. So we would want to see the teachers using their MAP data growth target information for individual students and setting an instructional plan for them so that if they're teaching a lesson, then they know maybe Elizabeth is a struggling reader and they can't fluently read the text, then they would know that we wouldn't put her to read out loud because then that would embarrass her. So then it would be about customizing the expectations for what happens in the classroom, but really exposing students to still the grade level text. So we would want to see student small group instructions, that there would be rotating through stations, that they would have individualized goals that they set for themselves so that they can have access to the grade level content, because we never want to punish students or make them feel less than just because they haven't gained the skills due to all of the impacts of the pandemic. Does that answer your question, Trustee Anderson?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Anderson. Trustee Eshi.
Thank you, Dr. Elizalde, and to staff. And I'm so glad to see noses and mouths, and it's kind of fun to get to see you smile when you talk and to see you smile when the kids were speaking to us in the presentation. That was really fun. I just have one question, and Dr. Elizalde, it's probably for all of y'all. One of the things that you discussed and said that caught my attention in the presentation was that some of the challenges we're seeing, or some of, as you use the honest truth, or I don't remember, the brutal facts, was that we still knew we needed to make changes to the system. And so I was just curious, what is or will be the biggest change to the system?
So I think, as simplistic as it's going to sound, it is the most best practice, instructionally sound research-based practices. So number one, the most direct correlation to improve student academic outcomes is the teacher. And hence the concept, the teacher is the program. So number one, everything that we can do to provide a system of support to our teachers ultimately allows them to produce the results to answer their whys of why they show up every day. And so that includes things like aligning curriculum for them, providing them scaffold lessons already for them, for students who may be needing to focus on this level of rigor before they get to this level, along with how do I accelerate students who are on grade level? How do I do that in small group instruction? How do I do that with leveled readers? How do I do that while embedding social emotional learning? How do I do that? As you can see, all of this is everything that a teacher is having to really bring together as a package for each of their students to ensure that we are making progress personal. So being able to diagnose what each student's needs are, and then being able to group students in a fluid way. Now, the reason I use fluid is because you also want to ensure that what we're not doing is what's a very traditional and no longer research-based practice of you put all your high students together, you put all of the students that are struggling together, and they stay in those groups for the remainder of their entire class experience. So we should have, which is occurred, let's say back in the day when I was teaching, and it was these third graders are not on grade level. So all third graders that weren't on grade level went into this group. These third graders are above grade level. So those third graders went into this other grade level. The truth is there were very different, that all third graders that weren't on grade level were not on grade level for the same reason. They had different reasons, and they had some skills that were accelerated above third grade level. So the fluidity of knowing how to group students and when to group them is part of the tools that they can utilize, for instance, MAP for. So Stephanie may not be on grade level, but she may be able to actually have a very highly developed vocabulary. but perhaps decoding is where she's struggling. So she could be grouped with another set of students as they're working on one skill set. And the next week, when it's decoding, she could be with another set of students. When we do that, students don't identify themselves then as I'm with the SMART group or I'm not with the SMART group. And we all know the research around the self-fulfilling prophecy. And as we continue to demonstrate to our own students how brilliant and gifted they are, they will fulfill your very strategic framework of mission and vision, because they will live up to those expectations. And so in order to do that, it really requires the teacher to bring so many tools together. So from a systems perspective, it's the curriculum, it's the professional development, and it's the review of data through formative assessment as well as ultimately summative assessment.
Great, thank you. And I very much so appreciate that explanation as a teacher myself. Would you consider MAP a part of that systemic change? Meaning, I guess I'm kind of looking to see what is it that we have implemented differently now that is changed versus maybe what we were even doing pre-COVID, that you feel like will or could have the biggest impact?
So I think having MAP is step one, but just having MAP in and of itself, if we don't allow teachers the time to do anything with it, then we really don't need to be investing dollars in doing MAP. I think I've given you all some of the examples of, I can get on a scale and once every morning and say whether I did well or didn't do well the day before with my eating. But getting on my response should not be, you know what, I'm going to get on the scale twice a day, and that's going to affect my weight. No, I'm not making gains, so I'm going to get on the scale 5 times a day. That's not going to affect my weight. It's what am I doing with the formative information that I'm getting? But that requires time, right? I mean, it takes me time to plan what am I going to eat? What meals do I need to prepare? The same is true for our classroom teachers. So MAP gives them some data, and then it allows them to do planning around that. I consider that systemic for that reason. Secondly, it's the first time we're now using it as longitudinal data. So we will be able, especially because we all know we are not going to see the kind of growth that we know our students can get to. It's not going to happen in 1 year. But we want to be able to demonstrate how that happened over a course of years. If we don't use the same instrument over multiple years, then you're comparing apples and oranges. And then when you ask us, have we done well from, let's say, kinder to 3rd grade, we won't have a continuum of information to provide you. So I think which doesn't allow us to respond to the data in a systemic way. Then the curriculum ultimately allows from MAP. Take, for instance, the nerdy data that we've discovered MAP now has that Ms. Casas alluded to earlier. We're already, her office was very excited today. Ms. Becerra is telling me, oh, look, and what I found is district-wide, we have this, and I can't remember what skill it was, and she said, we don't have any schools that were showing like a lot of success, so that's on us. What do we need to do in our curriculum to ensure that we're spiraling that in? Could teachers do that at a campus level? Yes. When? We're already asking them to do so much. That to me is a systemic change where we say our data are saying this at a district level, even though, to be truthful, there is no district data. District data is a compilation of campus data, right? But we can see the trends across our district. Likewise, we can find areas where we saw some schools that were doing really well, and they could be outliers, as I'm often asked about. Well, what do we need to go do? What are they doing in their curriculum? Do we need to take that and embed it in our curriculum district-wide? And again, these are all guides. They're not mandatory, but if our data are telling us these are some areas that would be helpful for students, then teachers can take that in their professional learning communities and use that to then build lessons around those specific skills.
That's awesome. Thank you. And then I was just wondering if you had just said the eight. I'm going to say the wrong number. 1845. I won't remember the number of the 1445. The bill that we know holds us responsible. Thank you. I knew there was a 45 in there somewhere. And you referenced 3 to 1. I was wondering if you could provide a little bit more context around that.
So every student who did not show mastery or they didn't take the test has to do the 30 hours of accelerated instruction through House Bill 4545. And it is to be done in groups of 3, or parents can sign a waiver and it could be in groups of up to 10. But it's really having small group instruction that's targeted specific to the skills of the student. So every student should have an accelerated instructional plan that we put in our ECST system that we're monitoring to make sure that those plans exist and that their students are receiving the hours that they need to get them where they need to be on grade level.
And does that take place during their classroom, their school day?
It can during small group instruction, or it can happen before school or after school.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But it cannot take away time from
instruction.
It can't take time from PE, can't take time from music, can't take time away from art. Those are areas that are specifically created to ensure that we do not take students out of those essential areas for the purposes of accelerating the academics.
And is recess included in that?
Recess is included in that as well.
Thank you.
Trustees, other questions? Trustee Singh?
Thanks for this presentation. Really appreciated it. So I have a couple of questions. I really do enjoy seeing this intermediary kind of progress of our kiddos. It's so illuminating to track this throughout the year rather than just waiting for STAR scores that come out much later. So thanks for that. I wanted to ask about, a second, might be helpful if I had this up. I wanted to ask about the outliers. And, I was really interested to see that there was such a range in our campuses. And there are some that I was like, yeah, man. I mean, like Oak Springs, they're rocking it. Like they had a really high percentage of like, I think there was a few. Am I allowed to say campus names?
Only in the positive, right?
Yes, yeah. All positive.
We don't want to talk about.
Yes, no, I'm not going to. But so I am going to do a couple of shout outs if I can. Sure. But there were a few schools like Matthews Elementary, Oak Springs, Norman Sims, and Mills that had really high, like 80 to 90% of students who were meeting their growth targets for EcoDis students. So I want to know what they're doing. Tell me.
Well, and I'm going to let Gilbert answer it because he's been to all of those schools. And so one of the things I will tell you is Mills is one of the schools, and I have, Tony can attest to this, my chief of staff over there. We went to Mills, and they have a very experienced staff. They have been doing really good work for many, many years at Mills. And when I got there, they were all working on even getting better. So I think the first thing is that we have a staff that no matter how successful they have been and how experienced they were living out the epitome of the teacher. They were constantly giving each other feedback. They were in PLCs. They had fluid grouping. Students were transitioning from one classroom to another. They were in small groups. They were in large groups. That's one school in particular that I can just recall, because you would have expected a school that's doing very well might be pretty comfortable with what they're doing, that you might not have seen data analysis or data walls or PLCs. That is not at all what we observed. It was, and the kids were laughing and smiling and excited about their work. I can see Norman Sims Twitters all the time with all of the work and the teachers have done, and you see that as well. Why don't you speak to some of the other campuses?
You know, we could say 10, 12, 15 things that each school does, but in the end, what I see as the common thread is that each one of these schools tells the story behind their data, or are able to tell the story behind their data. I can talk to, we'll use Oak Springs as the example. I talked to Ms. Jackson, and she is able to tell me about each individual child, and she knows the story of each one of them. It's more than just a number. And so when you begin to peel that onion back, and then you're able to really individualize and personalize what's going to happen for that particular child. When we walk that school, we see that each one of those children is attached to their teacher in such a way that they build a relationship that will last for a long time. And also, I'll say that one of the things that I'll use Oak Springs as an example again, everyone's a teacher at that school. Every single person is a teacher at that school. The teacher is the principal is the lead teacher, and it's very exciting. I invite you to visit there and see them tell the data story for each one of their kids.
I appreciate that. And you know, as I looked further at the data, I was like, okay, now well, let's look at, because where we see some of the biggest gaps, of course, we know one of them is areas of special education, but then we had like, I'm going to do some more little shout outs here. It was, I think, Brentwood and Allison Elementary had very high growth for special education. And I know with special education, every student is different. I don't know if this was more a reflection of, you know, it could be the type of teaching that's happening there. It could be the types of, you know, student characteristics, you know, like the actual disabilities or, you know, that the kids have, or it could be the staffing. Like, I don't know, because I know special education is a huge staffing challenge for us as well. So is there anything that you might, any light you can shed on the campuses that seem to be making a lot of growth on in the area of special ed? And for in the area of emergent bilingual students?
I think that one common thing that we see, and I'll let Gilbert speak to some specific things, one of the common things that we see is the schools have a very strong climate and culture, and they have an attitude of we're not going to let any child fail. And they're going to do whatever it takes so that all students can be successful. And then that does take some creative, you know, organization and planning and making sure that students, that their IEPs are being followed and that the accommodations and modifications are actually happening as they're planning their lessons.
Okay.
And then Gilbert?
There's intentionality, too, with the professional learning communities and who participates in the professional learning communities around each student. So special education teachers are involved with the general education teachers in that process, and students are not, they're not grouped differently. They work together to make sure they meet the needs of all students.
Okay, got it. So thank you for that. And this is in no way to make other schools feel like, because I know they're all doing great work, and so that's the next segue I wanted to go into, which is thinking what Trustee Ashley was talking about, the systems, right? And so I know like the curriculum and instruction is a huge part of that, but then we've got all the other pieces, right? You know, you look at our coordinated school health, you know, graphic, and has all the pieces like the mental health, you know, the resources, you know, community partners, all these other things. And so I guess I wanted to know is how do we, as a district, better support the schools? And the thing that you probably can predict I'm going to be talking about this, but it's the staffing. I'm really worried when I look. Thank you for sharing. You probably regret that you're sharing that information with us, but it's so important. So thank you for being transparent. And so every week I want to see like, okay, where are our vacancies? And I would say pretty much for the whole school year, unfortunately, it's been mostly in our Title I schools. And, you know, 30% of our teaching vacancies are in special education, where we have been dinged by TEA. So I have a good sense of what we're doing with regards to recruiting, but what I want to hear more about is what are we doing for retention?
Well, I think, you know, obviously that's not an answer that's like one sentence, and I don't think it's even something I could answer this evening. I think it's a very multi-tiered approach to being intentional about investigating and then providing the types of responses, because I do think there's a variety of implications as well as a variety of things that are affecting where we are. And just like we want our campuses and our teachers to say there's no excuse for poor quality instruction, then we have to say there's no excuse for not being able to keep and retain and recruit great teachers. And I also know that most teachers, I would say 99.999%, went in to be successful and to make a difference for students. And if we're not providing a system that is allowing them to experience that success, at some point they don't feel successful and they don't want to continue. And as we know, that's a trend that you can see across the state or across the nation. So it goes back to what are the systems that we're providing for them to be able to be successful with the students, because that's why they come. Mm-hmm. The teachers show up to be able to make a difference for students, whether they're dealing with students who are gifted and talented, whether they're dealing with students that are receiving special education services in addition to being regular ed students, whether it's students that are emergent bilinguals, whether it's students that came here recently from another country. All of our teachers show up to make a difference. And so I think we have to continue to rally our supports around ensuring that our teachers have the systems so that they can be successful. I think that's one of the key ingredients, but I certainly think that it's an ongoing conversation that we're having collectively from a campus level all the way up to the district level.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Trustee Singh. Trustees, any other questions? If not, Trustee Zapata.
So my question, thank you for the presentation. So my question is on the coaching. So you said you provide coaching. Can you tell me more about how that's done? Is it you visit every campus, or how does that happen?
The coaching occurs, well, at the principal level, the coaching occurs on a daily basis. It's throughout the day. The principal and the assistant principal visit classrooms throughout the day, and they provide a cycle of observation and then feedback on that observation to help the teachers improve. We have informal walkthroughs that occur on a regular basis, and there's strands within those walkthroughs centered around best practices in teaching and learning, and they provide them feedback. They talk about what could be done to improve the instruction. They come back and look for it again later, and then they just keep doing that over and over again. It's a cycle.
Oh, okay. Great. And just I wanted to comment on your remarks about was it school? Oak Springs? Oh, yes. The key success for that was relationships, and knowing the student's story is so important, because you can create all kinds of supports, but if you don't know their story, you're missing the boat. And that is, and that's free. It's just a teacher and student relationship, because then the student will build that trust to be able to share why they're not learning and what's keeping them from learning, what are the challenges they're having. So I just, whatever they can do to duplicate that throughout the district, teachers, you are the closest to the students, and they really could benefit with you getting to know them, getting to know their story. I heard a lot of students that said, if my teacher took time to know what I was going through, then, I just needed time to go through that. But then I want to learn. So thank you and for all they're doing, because that's so important, and it's reflecting the success, because they're not teaching to the test, and they're being successful.
I have to give you, remind myself of that old quote about they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care, and that's really emblematic of that particular situation where building relationships is so important.
Absolutely. And that's what my theme for Lead with Love. When we lead with love with our children and everyone on our campus, it's unconditional. So everyone's treated equally, and everyone is working together and knows each other and all that great stuff. So think the other thing was, no, I think that was, oh, yes, I want to shout out to Galindo for their students, did an amazing video. Congratulations.
Thank you, Trustee Sabata. Trustees, any other questions? If not, I would ask you to raise your right hand if you're ready to accept tonight's report. Okay, thank you, trustees, for taking part in this shared commitment to students and student outcomes. The next item to discuss is student achievement, and student achievement is discipline scorecard indicator and police KPIs, key performance indicators. So while not part of the scorecard, the administration has also included an update on the ISD police key performance indicators. So Dr. Elizalde, you want to start?
Yes. We moved this item up so that we would have an opportunity to discuss it, but also upon the suggestion of one of our trustees, I also agreed it would be relevant to connect this to our police key performance indicators, because while they may be measuring something else, it still is about the relationship. Speaking of relationships, it's still about the relationship component, about what's happening not just at a classroom level, at a campus level, but what's also happening at a district level with regard to our police and our intent to continue to support the ongoing growth of our police department in focusing more on ensuring that what we do is we are protecting our students inside our buildings from outside factors. That's our primary role. And a secondary role is to build relationships with our students while serving on individual campuses. And while there are other responsibilities that our police department have, it is vitally important to me that we remember we are an educational academic organization that utilizes a police department to support our students in our overall well-being and health. Our goal is not to get up and arrest students on our campuses. Now, that doesn't mean that from time to time there may not be an occurrence where something like that might be mandated by law. Those should be very far and few between. And the better we get at our front loading of services, of social emotional learning, of providing TBRI, of looking for signs that tell us that our students need our support, we can get to zero on some of these key performance indicators. So I think these are all related, but I'm going to turn it over to the team that's been working really hard on our district scorecard indicator itself regarding discipline. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Mays, and he can introduce our group.
So good evening, Dr. Elizalde, to the board members. Happy to be with you this evening. So we have our team here, and one of the things that we're working to do is make sure that we don't operate in silos. And so you do have Ms. Crystal Kohoff here, our director of multi-tiered systems of support, along with Mr. Adams, who's our director of discipline standards and accountability. And so while these two are here, we also have CP&I and our special education team back there in the back. And so they all work collectively to manage what they're going to present to you today. And so with that being said, I'll turn it over to the team that gets to work diligently on this work.
All right, good evening, Dr. Elizalde, President Rodriguez, and board trustees. First of all, thank you for providing us the opportunity to provide an update on this scorecard measure. The scorecard goals 7 to 8 measures our disproportionate disciplinary actions for our African American students and students receiving special education services. The methodology for this indicator is the number of disciplinary actions for the student group over the total number of disciplinary actions for all students. The percentage is then compared to the student's enrollment percentage to indicate the disproportionality. So if we have 10% enrollment for a group, but they represent 30% of our disciplinary actions, then we know that the data is disproportionate. So in this indicator, The data is comprised of in-school suspensions, home school suspensions, and our discretionary removals to a DAP. We use duplicated disciplinary actions because that gives us a full picture of the number of incidents that are occurring rather than just a count of the students receiving a disciplinary action. So this scorecard update also aligns with our board strategic framework value, educational equity, to ensure every student receives what is needed to develop their full potential. So as we look at the update, we see the year-end totals for school year 18-19, 19-20, and 2021. So this goal for our African American students is that this goal or this data will decrease from 19% each year. So you can see that we have had a decrease from the first year and compared to the 2021 school year. Also in this slide, it shows the percentage of the population for the student group, as well as for our students receiving special education services. Their target is that we will decrease the disciplinary actions by 30% for those students. So where are we at with this goal right now? If you turn to next slide, our update as of the end of the fall semester was an increase. So we were at 20% of our African American students accounted for our disciplinary actions. And for our students receiving special education services, we were at 33%. Now, we took a snapshot update February 21st, and we did see a reduction of 1% for each group. So one of the things that we've heard from our teachers, our administrators, and we've heard nationally is just the increase of the behaviors that they're experiencing this year. And we've really did a thorough job planning this year to be able to meet those needs as students return to in-person learning. So for this goal, we did indicate that we were developing. When we dig into the data further, we're going to see that we are making significant progress in many of the indicators, which is reduction of the overall totals for each disciplinary action. So we've made significant changes with our placements and guidelines for students that are either suspended or in school suspension or going to the DAP. So I would like it if you could turn to our presentation. All right, thank you. Next slide. Next slide, we talked about, and one more. All right, thank you. So I wanted to spend some time this evening really looking at our disciplinary actions for our student groups and also looking at our disciplinary action and data updates for overall. So as I shared, we knew that when our students returned this year, many of them were going to be returning with trauma, with regression of academic learning, and as a result of the pandemic. A lot of them also were deficient and just had not been around their peers, so their social skills were also an issue that we were going to be able to need to support them with. So with that, let's take a look at our data here. So in this slide here, this aligns with our strategic framework value, a culture of respect, transparency, and data-informed decision-making to build trusting relationships with each other and those we serve. So this table shows the total number of disciplinary actions by home suspensions, in-school suspensions, and discretionary removals during the fall semester of the last 4 years. The data reveals we have a 49% reduction in disciplinary actions compared to the 18-19 school year, and 34% reductions in disciplinary actions compared to the 19-20 school year. The 18-19 and 19-20 school years were both pre-COVID fall semesters, so we are measuring apples to apples. Now, the 2,779 disciplinary actions represent 1,653 unique students. So that is duplicated actions. If we have a student who's received multiple incidents, they're reflected in that total, but we've had just a total of 1,653 unique students that's represented in that number. The most significant decrease was in our in-school suspension placements compared to previous years. Our homeschool suspensions are slightly down. The data does reveal an increase in our discretionary removal placements. One thing to note, in previous years, we offered long-term in-school suspension, which with our new updates, we eliminated that. So for some of our more severe offenses, our associate superintendents may decide that a discretionary removal is appropriate for a severe misbehavior or misconduct. One thing that the data does show is when you look at our in-school suspensions and our homeschool suspensions, that we do see that home suspensions are utilized at a 2-to-1 rate compared to in-school suspensions. And the feedback that we've received from our campuses this year, they've experienced an increase in fights and an increase in drug use. And for a lot of those incidents, home suspensions for safety precautions for students who are under the influence is the disciplinary measure that many of the administrators use. So that shows the increase in home suspensions. Next slide, please. Slide 5 aligns with our board strategic framework value of value and diversity, inclusion, and meaningful engagement of all voices as we collaborate to improve the common good. This slide shows our scorecard indicator for our African American students. The table shows that we have 48 fewer total disciplinary actions compared to the 18-19 school year, and 27% fewer disciplinary actions compared to the 19-20 school year. The most significant reductions were in in-school suspension and partial in-school suspension placements. Again, this data does show that we have more students that are receiving home suspensions than in-school suspension placements. Of the 565 disciplinary actions, it has a unique student count of 337 students. So our current African American enrollment is 4,719 students, and 337 of those students have received a disciplinary action, which equates to a 7% representation. Next slide. Slide 6 aligns to the board's strategic framework value for caring for every child to be healthy, safe, engaged, supported, and challenged. This slide shows our fall data for students receiving special education services. The 938 total disciplinary actions have a unique student count of 565 students. 10,105 students receive special education services. So the 565 students represents about 5.5% of the student group's population. One thing to note in this slide, we have about 150 students that were referenced in the previous slide that also is in this measure because they also receive special education services. This table reveals that we have 40% fewer disciplinary actions compared to the 18-19 school year and 20% fewer disciplinary actions compared to the 19-20 school year. Again, the most significant reduction was in our in-school suspension placement rates. And it also shows, again, that we have students being suspended at home versus in-school suspension. So that lets us know that we still have some work to do with providing support so our administrators and teachers are able to meet the needs of the students at the campus rather than utilizing home suspension as the primary method for resolving or working with students with behavioral challenges. Next slide. Now, while our mandatory removals is not in our scorecard, I did want to spend some time discussing this data because I think it shows that we've made significant progress in the number of students that are being placed at the DAEP. We have a total decrease of 27% compared to the 18-19 school year, and a 29% decrease compared to the 19-20 school year. While the data overall, it shows a reduction, it still does show the disproportionality for our African American students, which is a rate of 16%, and a disproportionate for students receiving special education services of 30%. One thing that we did new this year is our principal supervisors review and approve all of our mandatory replacements. That allows us to ensure that we're consistent with the type of offenses that we're placing students for, and also when they're placed, we have consistent placement guidelines. So if you're at one school and you do you violate the student code of conduct, you get the same placement that another school does. So we've incorporated those protocols to eliminate, discriminatory and disproportionate practices that we sometimes see when we leave that just with no standards. Next slide. So what are we doing to address our disproportionality? So first, we started by looking at our guidelines and updating our guidelines so that we're consistent with how we respond. This year, suspensions and in-school suspensions were reduced from 3 days to 2 days. We established consistent guidelines for students that are placed at the DAP. We also offer our INVEST drug prevention curriculum for all drug-related offenses, and our positive family curriculum for all physical aggression placements. And that allows students who are placed for 10 days to actually return in 10 days. Or excuse me, let me make sure I say that correctly. Students that are placed for 20 days to return in 10 days, but with a successful completion. And even if a student returns back for the same offense, this year they have the opportunity to take and engage in that curriculum again and also return in fewer days as well. In addition to the updates we've made to just our protocols, we're addressing the disproportionality through our academic supports. This year, our curriculum writers were intentional about incorporating culturally responsive curriculum, instructional practices, and culturally relevant materials into our instructional framework. Research shows when students see themselves in the curriculum, they're more engaged, and also they're less likely to be off task and authentically engaged. Dr. May shared an example of one of the observations where students were completing a lesson on Madam C.J. Walker. So those are examples when we walk in the classroom that we're seeing evidence of culturally relevant curriculum incorporated into our classrooms. Our teacher PPFT and administrator CAPR evaluation system was also revised this year to include culturally relevant and responsive practices to ensure all students have equitable access to instruction. This includes the development of a new walkthrough form that principals and principal supervisors utilize when they're observing classrooms to make sure they're seeing elements and coaching teachers on how to grow in that area as well. Next, we're utilizing positive behavior supports to address the disproportionate actions. Our MTSS, SEL, and CP&I specialists are supporting campuses with implementing culturally responsive positive behavior supports, which is PBS, school-wide and in the classroom. So it starts with that root cause analysis. Where are we seeing the behaviors? Where do we need to provide that support? Our MTSS specialists are also supporting the campuses with developing their academic plans and using this child study team protocol to support the student all around with wraparound services. Our CP&I specialists are providing positive behavior supports through our advisory lessons that are offered at our campuses. They also provide homeroom activities as well. So principals, if they're experiencing an increase in a certain behavior, they can work with the SEL and CP&I specialists to create a lesson that will address that need at that campus. We're continuing to utilize our mental health supports through our counselors and licensed mental health professionals by providing comprehensive classroom lessons, crisis response support, providing individual and small group counseling, and making referrals to our community providers such as community Communities in School, and MCOT. And my team is working with campuses to provide them data, to keep the data in front of them so they can make informed decisions. We're also have recently created a action plan with our principals where they're developing a campus level plan to address their disproportionality. With that plan, we've provided them district supports that they can utilize if they want us to come in and work with a specific group of teachers or a specific group of students. We are partnered with Special Education Department, MTSS, our CP&I specialist, and then myself, where we can come in and provide that support and coaching to help them address their disproportionality data. Principal supervisors are also assisting with monitoring the plans as they report out their progress every 2 weeks. We've also tiered our campuses, and we're providing additional support for our Tier 2 and Tier 3 campuses that our historical data shows that are in need of extra support with addressing their disproportionality. So while the data does show that we have fewer overall disciplinary incidents occurring, we still see the disproportionality, and we know we still have some work to do to address it. We are taking the approach with our updated guidelines as one approach, but then also our supports from mental health, our academic curriculum, positive behavior supports, and the teams working collaboratively to address our disproportionality. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Elizalde, President Rodriguez, and trustees. Thank you for having me and giving me an opportunity to share the key performance indicators that have been developed with the assistance of Dr. Elizalde. For the first time in the history of the police department, we are pleased to have these indicators and goals that we're trying to assist the district with. During the course of the last year, the Austin ISD Police Department participated in a series of community meetings with the Equity Advisory Council and sub-meetings where we listen actively to our community and their concerns. And part of their concerns is the interactions that police were having with the students. Were they leading them to the school-to-prison pipeline? And so with that being said, we developed some goals and we looked at our data to specifically address those needs of the students and how we're impacting them. Goal number one was to eliminate the number of arrests of Austin ISD students by really looking at things differently from the way we were doing it before. When we respond to an incident, our concern is not really has a crime been committed, but has a student been engaged in an incident, how can we help that student? And so that we not only revamped our policy, but we revamped our training our officers to look at the incidents in a different manner on how we're impacting students. And goal number two was also our interactions with students. Were they leading to unnecessary contacts or use of force? We do track every contact that we have with an officer, and we do log every incident that we have to make a contact. So even if an officer breaks up a fight and pulls a student off as another student, we still label that as a use of force because we want to report it, we want to keep track of it, we want to make sure it was done in accordance to our policy and our expectations. So having said that, we did look at our data, and what we discovered in looking at several years, we used 2018-2019 as a guideline because that was the last year of full attendance. During that year, 442 arrests were made, and then 119 use of force. And what we discovered was that, in fact, our African American students were overrepresented in the amount of students, and that equated to 23%, or 102 of those cases were African American students. Also, 57% were Hispanic, and the use of force also for our African American students were extremely high at 27%, and for Hispanics at 55%. So again, with the assistance and guidance of Dr. Elizalde, we came up with some target numbers to accomplish with the next following years to immediately begin decreasing those numbers with the goal to be zero by 2024, 2025. And so for this year, the goal was to reduce it to 15% of 66. If we go to the next slide. Very pleased to report that during the first semester we have seen a significant decrease in use of force and arrest. We broke it down by quarters, so we're well on track to accomplish the goals that we're trying to meet this year. I think our training that we have implemented with our officers, I think the higher accountability that we're scrutinizing the actions of the officers. Arrest should be the last resort when we deal with an incident, and even then that has to be approved by a supervisor. And so what we encourage them to do is to explore every possibility to treat that student, to working closely with our counselors, restorative justice programs, mediation, or just turn over the incident to administration to let them handle it. And so that has been very successful. I'm very pleased with the numbers. I know we have some work to do, and we continue to work on that as well. And that is the end of my presentation, so I'll take any questions if you have them.
Before we take any questions, if I wanted to just make a couple of statements regarding, I take this as a very, very serious area. I don't think discipline is absent of academic programming. When we meet our students' academic needs, when we meet their social emotional needs, when we meet the challenges, in almost every instance, we can de-escalate situations. And I'm going to give two personal examples. My intent is just to try to help everyone understand it's always easy from a different perspective to say, and I'll start with this, a zero tolerance philosophy. I hear a lot about zero tolerance philosophy, and again, I'm going to use myself as an example. We should have a zero tolerance, approach on X until it's my child who was involved, and then it's like, well, but I need everybody to understand that what happened was, and so in this instance, maybe it shouldn't be zero tolerance. And the reason I use that as an example is I need everybody to remember that every one of my students is someone's child. And so it's very easy to say zero tolerance. And if, in fact, research supported that having a zero tolerance was successful, and that what we needed to do was just punish, then we should have zero prisons left. Because as a society, that is not what we do. And I do not want our school system to mirror what is occurring in our society in terms of when we see behaviors, we react to the behaviors with our own reactive response that is not about looking at the root cause. And so I really appreciate Chief Gonzalez and his team. Trust me, this was not easy. They all looked at me and said, zero? How in the world do you think we're going to get to zero? And so we sat down and had really good conversations about, well, let's talk about examples of how we end up with arrests in many situations. And again, I'm using my own experiences in the field. As a teacher, first year, terrible. I would have fired myself that year. And a student in a high school classroom uses an expletive with me under his breath. Well, I'm going to show him who's in charge, right? So this 21-year-old novice teacher is going to tell an 18-year-old, what did you say to me? And I'm going to say it very loud, and I'm going to stand over the student in a very intimidating posture because I have a zero tolerance for this type of behavior, right? And so the student, not surprisingly to veteran educators, very surprising to me, repeats the expletive louder and clearer so that everyone in the classroom can hear. And then I do what, again, a novice, immature teacher would do. I take out the all-important, back then, piece of paper called a referral. And I fill out the referral because now he's done it, he's going to the principal's office. And you know what I've just done? I've removed myself from any part of that solution. And so I didn't de-escalate a situation. I escalated a situation. And I'll go one step further and then I'll stop with the storytelling. Now I ask the student to step outside and he gets rather assertive outside, and I get real close. I don't touch him, but I get real close, and he puts his hands up and pushes me away. And now I say, he's assaulted me, and I'm a public employee. Who really owned that situation? I did. It is very important that we continue to remember that we are the ones who are here to support our students. And in most instances, it is in how we respond, not in how we react. We have to ensure that we don't get emotionally compromised in a situation because we're in a power struggle with students. So ultimately, it goes back to what all of you have said multiple times, but today, Trustee Zapata hit on relationships. It's in knowing what students are dealing with, because that student just needed a little bit of time to just calm himself. I could have used some techniques that I later got trained on so that I could use them and be a more effective teacher. So this isn't about anybody trying to get up one day to do something bad to students any more than it is about students showing up to do anything bad to us as educators, as teachers, as TAs, as principals, or even as police officers in our district. And that is why it is so important to me that we recognize that discipline is something we do for our students, not to them. It's about how we help them to manage their behaviors. And we have to do that through social emotional learning, through TBRI, through building relationships, through understanding who they are. And we have to make sure that there is enough time for us to do that. And in most instances, when we find out why the behavior occurred, then it's just like academics. When we properly diagnose what support they need and give them that support, they're no longer going to see themselves in that situation repeatedly. And we have an outstanding team that go out to campuses to train and to provide support. We have a great police department that is constantly asking the hard questions about how do we get better? This isn't acceptable. Here's how it happened. Here's how we're going to keep it from happening again. And so lastly, I do want to make sure that I don't shy away from the brutal facts. While we have significantly decreased offenses, we still have a huge disproportionality issue. 20% of all incidents were of African American students. 34% of all incidents were students receiving special education. So are they fewer than they were before? Yes, and we have much, much more work to do. So I also never want any of our parents to ever think that this is about, oh, they're just gonna let the kids get away with everything. That's not what this is about. It's not we ignore the behaviors, it's in how we respond and provide support so that we don't see repeats of these behaviors. Now
Thank-
they can answer your questions.
Thank you, trustees. Tonight we are monitoring, so we're going to ask questions about whether the reality matches the vision presented. So I know Trustee Anderson has a question. I know I have a question. Trustee Singh has a question. Trustee Foster has a question. Trustee Ashley has a question. So we're going to spend a good amount of time here. Trustee Anderson.
Ooh, Dr. Elizalde, you really must have been reading my mind over here because you said something I was getting ready to say. But I have a couple of questions and a comment. Mr. Adams mentioned the drug curriculum. What does that look like for a student who is identified as under the influence, and does that include, if needed, some kind of connection to maybe some kind of drug counseling or drug treatment?
Good evening, Trustee Anderson. So if a student is placed at the Alternative Learning Center, there's a 8-hour curriculum that they can attend. Sessions are offered 4 days a week, also on weekends. We have trained staff there that can provide it. And then we also have referrals to outside providers for students that may need residential treatment as well. So it's offered at the campus where the counselors and many of their staff members are trained, but then we also work with providers that can also provide more intensive treatment.
And Mr. Adams, what trends are you seeing with the data as it relates to African American students? And to expand on that, are you seeing at maybe a particular campus increased referrals coming from specific individuals, or what trends are you seeing?
So we're actually in the process of having our count. We just met with all the principals and reviewed their data with them, so that they actually get an accurate picture. We've shown them some additional supports where they can pull the data to monitor specifically which teachers may need intervention, and some of the trainings that we are offering is the implicit bias. Our MTSS specialists also offer a 64 interventions that schools can use before suspending students. So as far as specific trends, we're in the process of drilling down that data, but we've also designed an action plan to be able to support campuses with those teachers or staff members that may need training.
Adams, I'm telling y'all must really know me, because you just said something that I was getting ready to touch on, which is part of this. I believe we are treating a symptom and not the cause. But you mentioned implicit bias, which I was actually going to mention, but you mentioned it already. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Anderson. Trustee Singh.
Thanks so much for this presentation. I had a question. I know I'm really impressed with a lot of this robust system of trainings and just having KPIs. I don't know. Do we have any idea how many school districts?
None.
Really? That's amazing. I'm so glad that we have this, because we're not going to be able to improve if we don't know what we're trying to improve. So thank you. Can you talk to me a little bit about the training that your officers get to around selective enforcement and things like that? That is just something I don't know a whole lot about, but I'm really interested to know if that is something that might be happening in our schools, and how we're training our staff to not.
I'm sorry, is your question as they come on board to work for us, or ongoing training?
Probably both.
Okay, sure. So to work for the school district police department, they have to be certified a school-based law enforcement course, and so that's additional training in addition to what they get at the regular police academy. They will come in to us, and before we even deploy them on the street, they have to go through this training. The training includes dealing with adolescent behavior, de-escalation, resolving problems, mediation, all those issues that we seem to encounter with kids. Kids will make mistakes, so we need to recognize that when we respond, somebody might be in crisis instead of they're willingly committing a crime. And so they're trained on that, and that training is ongoing. Every single officer is certified as a crisis intervention officer and a mental health officer. And so it's a requirement every year, and we continue to get in-service training and monitor that. In addition to that, we have very strict policies now on how we respond and how we train. So we continue to look for additional training. We just talked about implicit bias. Last year we brought in racial intelligence training and engagement, and we have some trainers, so that's ongoing for officers to be able to identify our own issues, because we all come from different walks of life and we're all impacted very differently. And so we train them and we do test them. We do scenario and role playing as well with them to make sure that they're responding appropriately. Additionally, we have body cams and we review incidents when we get them. When we get an arrest or an incident that responded or there's a use of force, we don't just read a report, but we look at it and make sure that, if the officer needs further training, did he handle the call appropriately? And then that gives us trends and things that we need to identify for new trainings coming up as well.
Wow. That's really great to hear. Thank you. I wanted to also ask about, it's kind of more specific, but I've had a few parents approach me recently talking about drug problems. There seems to be a big uptick in drugs in some of our schools. I wanted to know if that's something that you have noticed as well and what we need to do about that.
I don't think necessarily drugs. There was an uptick. Mr. Adams mentioned that at the beginning of the school year there was some behavioral problems, and I think because of the pandemic and students not having as much social contact, we did see some uptick and disturbances or altercations. But I think that's subsided a little bit, and so just seeing the normal numbers now.
Do you have any, and maybe this is a Dr. Elizalde question, but if there are parents who are concerned, I don't know what to tell them. I just listen and I'm like, okay, noted, now what? Is there a resource I can point them to, or is there a place that parents can, report things that they're hearing
Absolutely.
or seeing?
We have tons of resources that we can, and we pretty much on a daily basis are talking between our offices on how we can assist the students. I have this issue. In addition to that, our officers do presentations to the schools if we start having a significant problem, or if we have a request for a principal where there's dating violence. We'll do a presentation, and we encourage students to come and talk to us if they have a concern or question, and we'll be happy to make those referrals as well.
So should we tell parents to just contact the principal, or should they contact, Let's Talk? Do they go to guidance counselor?
We're always available. So Let's Talk
Okay.
is available. They can reach out to me directly. All that information is on our website.
Okay, that's really helpful. And then I just want to, again, bring back, I'm not going to belabor it, but the issue of staffing and thinking about that relationship piece and how that's so important for our kiddos. And when you have vacancies in special education and in Title I schools, there are fewer adults who are consistently there to build those relationships to help our students who are getting in trouble. So,
and that has been a culture shift in the police department. Dr. Elizalde talked about zero tolerance mentality, and that was a law enforcement thing. 3 strikes are out. We find that that's not an effective way to deal with problems, and the problems continue to come up. And so as a result, in some of the best practices and police services is that we're shifting from this warrior mentality to a guardian mentality. And so we are in the schools to really keep our kids safe, but we're there to help them and be a resource with issues that come up. And so that's our goal. Instead of just being, you're there to enforce laws, you're really there to help the kids.
okay, great. And I want to just thank Mr. Adams, because I don't know if we've met before, but we've talked on the phone, and thank you for just being so receptive to our, to ideas about dating violence and Title IX and sexual harassment and all that stuff. And I look forward to seeing where our district goes with that. And I don't have any more questions, but I hope that President Rodriguez and Trustee Foster, when you all talk, I would love to hear about the Student Safety Committee, because I believe this was also presented there, and kind of what feedback you've been hearing from the community on this, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Foster, then Trustee Ashe.
I don't want to say too much tonight, except for just to kind of acknowledge and thank you all for your presence and for your work. And although it's been a source of consternation to many of my long-standing allies, I'm of the strong belief that if we are going to have officers in and around our schools, that they be our officers under our training and under our guidance. As a result of that choice, we then get to do things like call for key performance indicators, set a vision, and see it carried out. What I have seen in the time that I've been here is just really powerful growth that I really appreciate. The whole nation is in a moment. And what I have witnessed and to the best of my ability as an educator been a partner in is seeing that profound shift from warrior to guardian. My full expectation is that is the direction that we continue, and all of the officers who are my friends deeply want to protect and serve. So I'm really appreciative of the work. To get to zero will require shifts in policy that we're making, shifts in practice that we're making. But to get to zero means the robust participation of all on campuses and around campuses and in our society to identify things before they happen. Because the worst things, if they happen, require arrests. But the worst things can only be mitigated and prevented if we have folks that recognize kids in distress, that recognize those moments well ahead of time. It's such hard work. So you all aren't alone. It's up to all of us to be working together on this, and I'll just continue to be your partner, Chief. The only question I'll ask is about the sort of variations as we see improvements in our data, and we see reductions in this category, say in-school suspension, smaller reduction in out of school, and we see these variations. How do you account for, and what I might hear is that this is part of the tweaking of policy, that we find that one way of responding to something is more important, more effective than another, and so we've shifted away from this form of punitive action towards something that is more appropriate. But I'd like to hear about why we see variations in categories. So we don't see like a uniform shift down in all categories. We see some go down a little bit more than others. So just to talk about that. And then beyond that, well, let me just stop there, and then I'll have one follow-up. And this is for Mr. Adams, who I haven't met. So nice to meet you, sir.
Likewise. Thank you, Trustee Foster, for that. I think it starts with the professional learning that we've implemented, and areas where we still there's more training and more professional development that's needed. Right now, when we look at our in-school suspensions versus homeschool suspensions, for certain students, some of our staff feel like they're not equipped to meet their needs, and that's the feedback that we're getting, and we're developing professional learning around that. We also understand that it's not just behavioral supports they need, it's academic supports. As Dr. Elizalde states, when students are engaged in academics and they're supported, and we're scaffolding the learning, we're meeting their needs. So it starts with identifying what are the issues that we're seeing. And as I shared earlier, what we initially started the school year with was an increase in physical aggression, an increase in drug offenses. But for the third marking period, we've actually decreased, and we're actually lower than where we were at this time the previous year.
And if I could add, Trustee Foster, if you would allow me, because we talked about this, Mr. Adams and I did, was it last week? I don't even remember now. We had a really good conversation about the homeschool, and it's a benign intent, and the reality is that when and I'm going to use myself as an example, when I, as a principal, don't think I have the supports right this minute to deal with this student, you know what I do? If that's available to me, okay, they don't let me do it for 3 days anymore, but I'm still going to send the kid home for 2 while I figure out. So the intent is benign, but the outcome is not. Kids are not in school. Kids are not getting what they need, either academically, socially, emotionally. And I've been in that seat. And when we don't have the services that the campus needs, I also understand why that occurs. And so it also goes back to Trustee Ashey's observation. So systemically, what are we doing to be able to provide those services that campus principals need to feel like I don't have to send Stephanie home for 2 days? And that's going to come from us being active listeners with our principals and our teachers about what they need, so that we don't put what we think they need, but rather we need to put in those supports that they know that they need. And we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're still on the journey.
So you sort of stole the wind from my sails there. My final question was a little bit of a leading question, a little bit of a trick question, which was going to be to ask, what are the intended outcomes of the different actions? And this is a very difficult realization that sometimes, so I'm going to get in trouble with some folks here, but sometimes a leader might make a decision that they consider to be the best for the campus because they have inadequate resources to take care of the individual child. And say they will make a decision that helps restore stability for the campus and are doing something that will absolutely remove the child from what is still the best place for them to be. And I guess the sort of answer to that leading question would be, again, to go back to our systems and to say, what do we need to have in place so that no student has to be removed? And it is difficult and a challenge. And so, again, to reaffirm my, I guess, my partnership with y'all and with you in terms of getting to a place where we absolutely realize zero arrests and, that we see zeros down these lines. So thank you for the work.
Thank you, Trustee Foster. Trustee Ashey.
Thank you. And thank you for being here this evening. We love to ask questions, so we keep people here late. Sorry. I was just wondering if you had mentioned in your presentation, you described the difference between total number of incidents and then incidents with unique students. And I was curious why or how the decision was made to use the total number of incidents versus the number of unique students, because both sets of data, and it's very obvious you are tracking both, but it seems that both sets of data have a very interesting story to tell. I guess being that you said it was basically a half, did the unique student number was basically half of what the total incidence was? I apologize, I should have written it down and I didn't have my pen ready. And so I was just curious why that is what we're measuring.
Thank you for that question, and allow me to clarify. So our total disciplinary actions is if Oscar Adams receives a disciplinary referral. Well, on the first day, I may be sent home for half a day, and that's a partial. And then the next day, I maybe have a full day of home suspension, and then I may have a disciplinary hearing as well. So that's 3 actions for me. Also, if I have 3 different referrals, I could have 3 different or 2 actions with 2 referrals, 3 with another. So when we look at the total actions, that captures students who have multiple referrals. The unique student count is when we look at just the students who have received a disciplinary action and we count them one time. So it doesn't show the repeat offenses or the total offenses. So we do track both data because it gives us a clear picture of students that have repeat behaviors and we need to provide support rather than just looking at the unique count of this student has been counted and they're in our count for the remainder of tracking that data.
And the total number is a better indicator of?
It's a better indicator of the number of incidents that are occurring on campus.
Got it. And so we want to track that. And then, like you said, you are still tracking the unique student, because I know that's a very interesting number to me too, in that if you have the same student who's being referred again and again and again, that tells another important story. So what do you do with that data of the unique student? And let's say you see a trend where you have a student who's referred many times.
So what we do in our department is we, on a weekly basis, collaborate with our special education department. We started collaborating with MTSS because that allows us to provide individual supports when we can drill down the data to see at this campus there's 10 students that's making up the 40% of the disciplinary actions. So we then start looking at let's look at their CST data. How many times have the students been referred for mental health supports? Do we see that they've been referred for Gramercy? Have they met with their counselor? It allows us to look at those individual students, and then we collaboratively talk about, well, how can we support them at the district level so that we're seeing less offenses or less incidents, but they also are connected and feel supported. And then some of that includes, our MTSS, and I'll let Crystal talk more about that, but she'll go in and conduct an assessment in the classroom to identify what are some of the areas that the teacher may need to put in place to make sure that the classroom environment is set up for that student to be successful. So I'll let her share a little bit about some of the tools that her team uses when looking at unique students and supporting them.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Ashe, for your question. It's really insightful for you to be looking at those individual indicators because it does tell a unique story. And so for multi-tiered systems of support, we're really looking at the whole child, and that hub is through the child study team. That's where they can problem solve about a student. And we need to make sure that we're looking at behavioral needs and academic needs because we need to see exactly and drill down to the why of the behavior. In multi-tiered systems of support, we don't want to address the topography of the behavior, which is they were fighting. So let's do something for fighting. I could be fighting for multiple reasons, and that's what that team allows us to do, is to drill down to the why. So then we can see where those success gaps are, and we can put interventions in place. And it also helps us look at what is happening in the environment that is leading to this to occur multiple times. Is it a classroom management issue? Is it an instructional engagement issue? So we have tools where we go in and conduct a classroom observation, and it allows us to drill down on instructional strategies, classroom management strategies, and the biggest piece we look at is the relationship piece. How am I responding to that student that's supportive, safe, and allows them to engage in successful academic skills?
That's helpful. Thank you. Do each of our secondary, I'm using secondary because I have made the assumption that is where most, I just realized that. I was like, I've made the assumption that is where most of our referrals are happening. Do all of our secondary campuses have a multi-tiered system support person on campus, or how does that work?
We provide supports essentially kind of through vertical teaming, so there's several different ways. So our specialists at the secondaries, we have 1.5 specialists for high school, so 1.5 specialists support all of the high schools. We have 2 specialists at middle school, And then the rest of our specialists are at the elementary level, and they support a vertical team. We try to keep it a vertical team alignment to support the elementary schools. So it varies how many campuses they have. And then they provide support through the MTSS implementation, attend child study teams, help with House Bill 4545, whatever the need is for the campus to support academic, RTI, and positive behavior supports for that campus.
Great. And are we tracking data to see that the multi-tiered systems of support are effective? They're working for our students?
So we do. That is a very complex question because we do want to look at those student outcomes. And so what we look at are the supports we're providing. We look at implementation and fidelity on the campus through some of the observation tools that we have. We collect data in our electronic child study team system, ECST, and that allows us to look at supports that are provided for students, and then we can correlate that with student outcomes. So we do track that and look at supports. We also track the support that our specialists give to a campus. They log all the supports they give in terms of coaching systems, providing professional development. So that allows us to see campuses, the amount of support we're providing. We look at the fidelity of implementation on that campus and then those student outcomes. So I started in July, so I'm still kind of looking at those systems to try to figure out where are our gaps, because if we're honest with ourselves, we have had PBIS in this district for quite some time, and we're still seeing some of the numbers we're seeing improvements. So it is up to me to really look at those gaps of our systems to have improvements that we can make, and we're making some changes. And one of the biggest things we're looking at this year is moving away from a PBIS national model that is based on compliance, and we are moving towards a culturally responsive PBIS that is based on active student engagement with student voice and agency with some cultural relevancy instead of compliance. Students should be successfully engaged in class, interacting actively with instruction, not sitting quietly at a desk listening to a teacher. And so that's a different model that we're implementing, and we're going to look at those outcomes to see if that changes some of the things that we're seeing. And then the other piece we're looking at is those exemplars of campuses where things are going really well. Because I feel like sometimes it's hard to acknowledge the data when we have a campus where we're not having a lot of the referrals. We are not seeing the gaps of student achievement. Things are going well. We need to look at what was in place. What did that campus do preventatively? So that preventative piece is going to be huge to change the student outcomes, and that's what we're really trying to track to see what are those campuses doing that are seeing that student outcome improvement, and how can we make that exemplar spread across the district.
Wow, that was an amazing answer to putting you on the spot for a very complex question. I really appreciate your being able to identify your ability to change and to be trying and moving forward, saying these things weren't working as well as we thought, and this is how we're changing that. Thank you so much. And I apologize for putting you on the spot that way. And then my last question, and this is truly just, I was wondering the reason why because I know I've had some parents have asked me this question: why did we do away with long-term ISS? I have had parents ask me that question.
So I appreciate that question. That is also a very complex question. I think there were really good intentions for putting that support in place, because we do have to acknowledge there are some students that have a lot of mental health needs. We don't have a lot of supports in communities. We know that in Travis County, our mental health needs across the board, adults and children. There's not a lot of resources for that. It's expensive to get mental health supports. So we have found students are really struggling, and we need to have those wraparound services. And our intent was, instead of homeschool suspension or an alternative learning center like DAEP, especially for that pre-K, K1-2 grades, we really wanted to try to keep them on campus, where we had support staff who could come in, and in a small group setting, usually one-on-one, we could provide that intensive academic instructional support, because they were certified teachers, as well as being highly trained in behavior interventions, that they could also build those skill sets, because we're really noticing those weave together. You cannot pull apart behavior supports and academic supports. They really kind of go together. And so that was the intention of that, was be able to have a specialized placement on the campus to provide that specialized instruction, and then the staff have the availability of them to then transition them back into the classroom and support the teacher and model what was successful for them, that they taught the student these skills. Here's how you do it. Here's the interactions I had that were successful, and model that and start to phase out. So it was a pull out, provide that intensive instruction, and then we slowly pushed in while the student was being successful. Then we would regroup with the student, provide some feedback, and that was the intention of the program. However, what we found is it's still removing the student from the classroom and their peers. And so we need to find a better way to build capacity. So our focus now is building capacity on the campus for them to replicate that same model on the campus with the staff that they have. And so we provide the coaching and modeling and professional development for teachers and campus staff to do that.
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing how those implementations go. That seems like a very key piece, because I think that was what struck me in the data was we had seen the increase in home suspension, sending students home, and the decrease in ISS. But if we're sending them home when the place they need to be, or at least in my opinion, the place they need to be is on campus, that seemed counterproductive to me. So I'm excited to hear that you guys have seen that as well, and that we may be changing some things and looking at alternative solutions. So thank you for that. And I did not mean to take up that much time, but y'all just had such great answers. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Can I ask her one other follow-up question, though, to your question? What was the representation of our long-term in school? You were being very kind.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
We had talked about the data, and there was a reason why we collectively said this was our first starting point, was what was the demographic makeup of the students that were ending in the long-term ISS?
African American male students. And so I think that makes us reflect on what are those practices, what are those implicit biases, to make sure that that doesn't happen in the future. And so that's where we need to build that culturally responsive PBIS system, and do a lot of reflection on our interactions and how we respond to behavior.
That was an obvious point, and thank you for lifting it up.
Yeah, I would say that's not a surprise to any one of us who've been around the grievance issues around long-term suspensions. When I think about this presentation, the question that we have asked our board, whether the reality matches the vision, and obviously the answer is no, but we're headed in the right direction. And I think one of the themes that I saw, Dr. Lizalde, from your example of that 21-year-old teacher, and what you all have presented today is around, and what the board has talked about, is a tremendous amount of accountability and transparency in order to build trust. That's not necessarily there. I think when it comes to, and I just want to answer Trustee Singh's question about the Safety and Security Committee. I think in that committee, the same theme goes along with our co-chair, Dr. Twyla Williams, and those of us that are on it, yourself, Chief, and Trustee Foster, a spirit of accountability and transparency, and a real opportunity for our community members who are on there to really ask some deep questions about that go above the headlines, that go above kind of just the emotions, but really get into the data and some of more the long-term systemic issues that we have. And so I think, Trustee Singh, that sort of is a good place for us to talk about some of these things that are a little more, I'm not sure what the right word is, confidential in nature, but also there's a healthy tension about what we share and what we talk in there about, but in a much deeper level that allows us to be accountable and transparent to our community. I'd say the one question I have, and I'm not sure, Dr. Saleh, if this is for yourself or the team, but the one question that I still have, and we've talked about this because the board almost looked at a policy change of eliminating the discretionary suspensions, and you asked us to pause on that until you could discern with your team about root cause analysis. So I guess the question I have is, why shouldn't the board look at eliminating discretionary suspensions as one more additional accountable transparency tool that really, again, to your story about reflecting back the responsibility of the system, whether it's individually in the campus or our departments, and our own responsibility to serve these individuals who obviously we have not been serving.
I would say just that I do not feel that I have evidence that supports that I've put in the systems to support that policy change yet. And so that is why I don't want to do exactly what we're asking others not to do, which is with zero tolerance with this. We need to give our campus leaders, our campus teachers, our educators, support staff, the tiered systems of support truly that are necessary, rather than just saying you can't suspend anybody, period, which is why what we did is we did move. We all talked and said what we could do is go from 3 days to 2 days. Because when we asked our principals, why 3? Because that's what we've always done, right? So I think, yes, and we're not there yet. We collectively still need to provide some additional supports, and at that point, we will be happy to bring to the policy committee something for consideration as we gather more data the rest of this year and have conversations this summer, and we'll bring something as quickly as possible. But I would also always want to say, we know the board wants us to set our educators up for success as well, and I don't feel that I've done what we need to do for our schools yet.
I think one of the things, and thank you, Dr. Rizalde, for that. I think one of the things I want to make sure, first, I challenge my own board colleagues around an appreciative inquiry perspective to challenge ourselves not to think about zero tolerance, but to think about zero preventable issues. Because I think there is a tremendous amount of body of work that has been done in other industries around not zero tolerance, but zero preventable issues. And I think I've heard you all actually talk in that language, because it's about, like, how do you prevent these things from happening in the future and getting to that root cause. So I really appreciate all the hard work that goes on. This is not an easy topic, but I really appreciate all the work and the tough questions that we have to ask ourselves together. So, Trustee Zapata.
Thank you for that presentation. My question is, you mentioned, I think it was Mr. Adams, that for professional development, when there is an incident and there may be a staff person that needs to have some training. So I'm curious, is there like district-wide mandatory training for bias training or mental health first aid, so that a whole campus is working as a collective to create that relational culture and being trained and informed to help bring those numbers down?
Thank you for that question, Trustee Zapata. I'm going to let Crystal share a little bit about that. From right now, it has not been a expectation that all teachers and all district employees receive that training. So it is something that principals, if they have, when they request it for their campus, we come out and provide that training. But I'll let Crystal share a little bit more about how that training is conducted.
Yeah, so we do offer quite a few trainings under the Social Emotional Wellness Systems and Support Department, which also houses our MTSS, Social Emotional Learning CPNI, and then our counselors. At this time, we do not have district mandated trainings. It is based on data that as a team we look at, and then we will focus on campuses based on the data, look at their data and determine some areas that we can support them with. Or a lot of our trainings are asked for by the campus principal or teacher. So we can provide it campus-wide. And in terms of multi-tiered systems of support, a lot of our training is job embedded. So we do it through a coaching model, and we support them based on their data and provide coaching and strategies to help them in the areas that they need to improve on.
Well, thank you for that. And I understand the importance of using data, but if we begin to create that culture amongst, as a united campus staff, to be able to all be trained equally at the same time, and so they're able to kind of help each other out, and you're going to get your zero, I think, much faster. So I just think that's important that there be some mandatory training, only because if you don't, people won't do it. And then an incident happens, and it's like you got to fix that Band-Aid. You put that Band-Aid on. And so I just feel like that's something that it should be district-wide. So I just wanted to share that feedback because it's not something you learn just in one training. It's something you can mentor and help each other in situations. But if only a few handful are doing the training, then is it really going to help that campus and those students? So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
And I do want to add, Trustee Zapata, that for our culturally proficient and instruction, there is a district-wide training that is offered for that particular department. And then I took note of some of the other trainings that you would like us to offer.
Thank you. And I just have, I want to echo all the gratitude that's been shared. Really proud to see our district be a leader in all of this. So thank you for that. And then I have one question. We talked about student voice earlier when we heard the elementary students sharing how they were learning. And I was wondering if student voice has played a role in this work so far, and if it hasn't, how are we listening to the student in Dr. Elizalde's story? How are we listening to the students who've been most impacted by these policies and learning from them?
It's a great question. So one of the things that my department also is working on is updating our student code of conduct. So with that, we've gone out, and I believe to date we've done 40 presentations. We've gone to ALC and presented and heard from our students who were at ALC. We've gone to campus SOAR committees, PALs, and we also heard from the Student Equity Council as well. So we've had an opportunity to get out and to hear from students and on feedback on how we can improve our practices. Some of them shared that they had never heard of the Student Code of Conduct, or they've only used it when they need it. They wanted to know, what does it mean? Can they search me anytime? So they provided us great feedback on just changes that we need to make, but we're also very intentional that we do hear student voice and that advocacy as we look to make changes and understand how our practices are affecting them.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Adams. And I want to say in the policy committee, we've been fortunate to get updates from Dr. Williams about the work you've been doing. And it's exciting and powerful, that community piece of it and the student voice, including that as well. And probably some students at ALC who've never been asked for input and opinion and never been valued in that way. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Boswell. Trustees, please raise your right hand if you're ready to accept tonight's report. So thank you very much, and thank you all very much for the presentation and your time. Trustees, I just want to do a little bit of a time check before we move on. So we're supposed to, at 9 o'clock, we were supposed to start our voting special meeting. It's 9 o'clock now. We still have 3 presentations. So I'm going to ask that we move to the information report updates, and Dr. Elizalde is going to do her superintendent update, and we'll have an opportunity to ask questions. We're going to ask our attorneys, Thompson and Horton, to do the presentation on redistricting criteria, but I would ask you to hold questions until we have the public voting meeting, because we still going to have another opportunity to go in executive session as well. And then one of the reasons is I want to make sure that we get to the special education program services update, and then we'll do a quick review of the agenda that's coming up, and then we can move on, and hopefully we will, it's 9:07, so hopefully we can start the meeting by 10 o'clock at the latest. So, Dr. Lizalde? It is.
Thank you. I did want to provide a couple of updates as a response to one of our governance meetings, as well as it coincides with many of emails and phone calls that we've received during public comment. But before I get into that, I want to start off with a shout out to Blazier Intermediate and the fantastic campus principal leader, Leti Peña, and her entire front office staff, support staff, teachers, counselors, parents, and of course, the best stars of all, our students at Blazier, who were able to be part of a visit by U.S. Secretary Cardona today. I'm pretty much ready to clone Leti Peña. If what we saw happening at Blazier, if we can spread that, it was fantastic to see the level of rigor. And if you follow the outcomes of a campus that is economically disadvantaged at a higher rate than our district average, and their performance, it is very, very impressive. And so it's a beautiful building, but what was more important was that what was inside the building exceeded the beauty of the exterior of that building. And it was truly, truly exciting to see the teachers and the way in which they put students at the center and have the success, which just re-energizes them further in their work. So I wanted to make sure I also thank President Rodriguez for joining us. It was a very super high security, very limited. I wasn't even sure I was going to get in. But then the secretary said no, it would be okay. So with that, I just want to make sure that they know how impressive their work was, and the parents and the roundtable that they had with Secretary Cardona was also very authentic and very engaging. So with that, we did want to give an update on where we are. And before I turn it over to Ms. Casas, I did want to kind of just highlight a couple of things with regard to our essentials. And one of our public comments I also heard very clearly, and I so agree. Honestly, I agree with almost everything that was shared in our public comment. So I welcome an opportunity to provide this update. And while it isn't an item for discussion, we can provide an update, and then we can have further conversation, perhaps at a governance meeting. But this may be helpful to illuminate some of the concerns that we heard. And so, of course, I want to start off with we know that district level data that you're going to see from Ms. Casas in just a moment, there is no district level data. There is an aggregate of campus data. And campus data is an aggregate of the classroom data. So we know that tightest correlation to student academic outcomes is from the relationship and the teaching of our classroom teacher. Hence, truly the importance of the statement and what I believe is an important tenet, the teacher is the program. And therefore, we must provide our teachers everything that they need in order for them to be able to achieve the very reasons why they chose education as their career path, because we are a mission, vision-driven organization. And we also know that people support what they help to create. And so in reflection upon any of the feedback that I receive from you and from our community as a whole, I want to really embrace that and focus on the fact that I provided parameters to our team, and then I let our team go. And our team is going to describe for you that process and how this is a localized decision at a campus level. This is not a decision that is being made at the district level. However, I do want to share the parameters that we do need to ensure we have. So upon our embarking on ensuring that we have planning time for our elementary teachers, because as you've seen, it is really vital. If it's a great instructional practice for our secondary teachers, then we know it is definitely important for our foundational, fundamental core teachers at our elementary campuses. So in doing our deep dive, we unfortunately and yet fortunately uncovered that there was both a TEA, a state of Texas requiremental law, as well as a policy that we were not in alignment with. This was truly accidental discovery, where we are not providing the minimum of 135 minutes of PE per week as prescribed by law, and as is part of our policy and regulation. So that is how we first then said, oh my goodness, we're going to need to address this. Secondly, we are committed to ensuring that our students have the same time in art and in music. We absolutely agree. And in fact, I studied dance for many, many years. I think I couldn't walk, and my mother put me in dance class. I'm sure it was to get me out of her hair, but nonetheless, I continued that study for 16 years. And I know that that created some skill sets in me that maybe some people say, what does dance have to do with being a superintendent? It has everything to do with it, because you're always being watched. You're always having to remember, what do you sound like? How do you look? How do you hold yourself? How do you present yourself? It made me comfortable at public speaking. So I am a beneficiary of visual and performing arts, drama in junior high. So I could go on and on, but I say those things to ensure that everyone knows that we are committed to ensuring our core elementary teachers get additional planning. We are committed and recommitted to ensuring our students have the same amount of time in music and in art. And we are committed to ensuring that we align ourselves with the law and that our students do get the 135 minutes of PE that we know is important to their, not just their physical health, which is very important, but it's also important to their emotional health, which is also why we are still also keeping recess, because it's also important that in addition to that, we have unstructured playtime for our students, which is what recess is for. So keeping in mind that the teacher is the program, keeping in mind that people support what they help to create, which is why this will be parameters that will be driven at the campus level. At the end of the day, I do believe that every single caller we heard from and every single staff member, and I believe every single board member wants the same thing that I want: excellence and equity for every single student in our district. And so with that, I will turn it over to our team to talk about the nuts and bolts, because I'm involved in the nuts and bolts.
Thank you. So I will start. And so in our conversations when we're looking at data, we're always talking about, does our reality meet our vision? So I started here with our strategic framework and our vision of having high expectations and high outcomes for every student. Does our vision match our reality? And currently, as we look at our data, we know that it doesn't. But I wanted to go back and really highlight, because I keep hearing, let's just keep it the same way. We've gotten great results in the past. But have we really? And so looking at pre-pandemic, here's our data pre-pandemic for the grades, for our elementary grades for 2017, 2018, and 2019. So I'm going to walk us through the data. At our best in 2019, only 53% of kids were on grade level. These are all of our elementary students at the state level. So that means 47% of our students were not on grade level, and this was at our best. And then as we disaggregate the data, you see the large gaps between our white students that were 76% on grade level compared to our African American students, 34%. 40% of our Hispanic students, and we continue to talk about the large gaps of our students receiving special education services. 27% of our students were on grade level in 2019. That's what is 73% of our students not on grade level for students who are receiving special education services, which the next presentation that I will be up here talking about, inclusion that impacts these numbers. So that's pre-pandemic. So we can see at our best, 53%. I think that we can do much better than that. And then we had the impact of COVID. And last year, you see the gray bars were our previous scores, and the color bars are the last year's scores. And you see that we had declines in every content area. And then we started the year this year. Look at these numbers. Beginning of the year reading, 40% of our students were on grade level. And we just looked at our middle of the year, we're up to 44%. But that's still 56% of our students that are not on grade level. And then you break it down by economically disadvantaged. At the beginning of the year, 19% of our students identified as economically disadvantaged were on grade level, which is 81% of the students not on grade level. And then you look at the non-economically disadvantaged, it was 56%. So that means that 44% of our more affluent middle-class students are not on grade level. So when we say, is the reality matching the vision? It is not. And there's a lot of work to be done. And that's really one of the driving forces of how do we get our elementary teachers that additional planning time. And so we started with the engagement process, and I will admit that we put out the message that, hey, what if we did this? And it created just a wave of anxiety without having all of the facts. And so that is a lesson learned for us, that next time we need to start with the problems that we're trying to solve and engage the community and some feedback, and then co-create a plan with our community. So that is a lesson learned. And so for everybody listening, we apologize that we did it that way, but it was the best intentions of, hey, what if we did this? Then we could create the planning time for our teachers. And so, we've got lots of feedback from the very beginning about counselors and librarians that they needed more flexibility. So, okay, how can we take away music and art when we know all of the benefits that students get from being engaged and really thriving in school? So then we needed out how to add that back. And then we're thinking, well, there's such unique nuances at every school that at the district level, we can't solve that. So what we did is we held the information session with our essentials teachers, and then Michelle Resnick and Ellen Lambert really led those teams to give us feedback. We did surveys. They collected a document with all of the feedback. We identified themes from the feedback that they gave us, and then we created some guiding questions that principals are going to have to answer through a action plan at their campus level. And so it was because of the feedback that we were able to really create some really thoughtful guiding questions that need to be solved at the campus level. And so that's what happened in February, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Mays.
So I can say that principals are really excited about the opportunity to be engaged in this process. And I keep going back to, this is a byproduct of communication from teachers in our teacher focus group that wanted more time to be able to plan. They wanted to be able to have that extra time to improve the outcomes that Ms. Costas just reviewed. And so what we've done is Mr. Hicks, who was here earlier, sat and met with a core group of principals initially, just to kind of talk through the parameters that we may set. Those principals actually served as leaders as we took it to scale and opened it up and brought in more principals. And so at that point, those principals that initially sat down and kind of worked their brains over the course of a full day of just thinking and working were able to serve as leaders for the respective principals that we brought in. And so principals then got a chance to play with some models that were created by the small group to kind of then add their creativity to the mix within the parameters that were provided and within the guidelines that Ms. Costas' team shared to try to figure out, okay, well, what else can we creatively produce given some of the guidelines and the parameters that are here? And so right now where we are is that our principals are actually using those driving questions and those parameters to go back and work with their individual campuses to be able to create something that works for them. What we can say is that out of I think at this point we've had at least 3 work sessions with principals, and each time you see more and more creativity come out of those engaging sessions. And so we imagine that as they take this process back to their campuses that we're going to see even more creativity. But again, they'll be operating within the parameters that we provided. And so you can see on the timeline there that by April 29th, principals should be sharing their finalized master schedule with their campuses, their PTAs, and their CACs. And so that's the timeline that we have now, and that's what engagement has looked like thus far. And again, we've seen nothing but excitement from our leaders, and we're pretty sure that they're going to see a lot of excitement at the campus level. Yes.
And we've talked about voice being a part of this. Can you talk about, you all are having we want to make sure that voice truly is captured. And so you mentioned to me what each campus is going to be doing.
Yes, so each campus is actually going to be engaged in the action plan using, again, the parameters that the fine arts team provided to the principals. And so they actually have questions that they will work through with each and every teacher on the campus. And so we know that there's a lot of uniqueness to the campus. And so each campus has, a different space that they can use. Each campus may have a different priority as they work as a team. And so the campuses will individually, as a group, teachers at the campus, principals at the campus, again, CAC members, PTA, they'll all be engaged in that process of deciding what's important for them, but again, operating within the parameters. We also have surveys that teachers will be able to be engaged in to share, again, where they stand and how they feel. And so beyond just the anecdotal conversations, they'll also have some surveys that they'll participate into.
And then I also discovered, again, while we were working on this process, just trying to take all the things that I'm hearing, since we can't actually have a discussion about it, trying to put as much information out there until said time that we can meet with the governance group and then decide further. But WOW was listed, and Ms. Casas, you did some work with your group, but in addition to that, I visited with Dr. Reach, because the policy itself, and Dr. Reach, you can just nod and I can confirm that you nodded or did not, talked about the WOW time not being included as part of the PE minutes, and that is actually stated in our regulation. Am I correct? And in addition to that, that is time that if WOW is being done in a classroom setting, we're asking the teacher, it's very important to me that we look at all perspectives. We're asking the classroom teacher who teaches reading, writing, math, science, social studies, embeds social emotional learning, to also then add, if you can, it is in fact true, you could do some very specific activities during class time that could count as PE. That is allowed. We would be putting that onto the classroom teacher, that we are asking to also improve the academic outcomes that we just talked about. And so in addition to that, I asked you to find out, was that happening across our district?
That's correct. So in our standards of service, it does say that classroom teachers have to do 20 minutes every day of structured working out for wellness time, in addition to that's what WOW stands for, working out for wellness. So they have to do daily 20 minutes of working out for wellness and 30 minutes of recess. So what happens is PE was happening on a 3-week rotation, 2 days, and 1 day. So to offset the minutes to meet the 135, they were supposed to do the additional 20 minutes daily. But what happened is that it's on paper, but it wasn't actually happening. And we discovered this because we're sending out 450 of our central staff to substitute, and we're asking, so how's WOW going? What are you doing in WOW? And they were asking, well, what's WOW? I didn't see that in the schedule. So it's not actually happening. So we weren't actually meeting the 135 minutes of PE time. So it's like, okay, well, what do we do? Because do we want to continue to make our teachers reading, writing, math, science, social studies, and PE, or can we figure out how do we provide more PE so that we're meeting those requirements, knowing all of the wonderful benefits of physical activity on brain function, reducing stress, anxiety. There are so many benefits to our students.
And so I'll conclude this part by saying our goal is to be able to do yes, 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 and yes, to do a both and, not an either or. We want to be able to meet all of the concerns that we heard, and we think we can do that. We think at the campus level, ensuring that we are open to allowing localized, contextualized decision-making with teacher input, we believe we can do yes, yes, and yes. And that will be our goal, and we'll bring you some further information, both through our board updates. We'll have a governance meeting, and then we can discuss further. I wanted to do our best to try to give some information immediately.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions?
One clarifying question, if I may, and I'm going to had asked it at the comment moment, but does yes, 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 and yes, and do the parameters include still having a 45-to-1 ratio for PE teachers and having the full grade in PE at the time on the campus?
All of that is still at a localized level without knowing all of the constructs and not being involved in that level of detail. I don't know where that is on every campus. That would not be something that I would be able to right now say is, to clarify, that is still something we're looking at.
Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Our next item is our regular update on the, oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Anderson, did you have a question?
I do. So my question is, who oversees, whose responsibility is it to ensure that WOW was happening, and when it was noticed, if it was, so is the monitoring to ensure WOW is happening, is that something that is constant, and if not, why?
If I may interject here for a second, I apologize, and I'm sorry, Trustee Anderson, but I think that's probably getting a little bit beyond the scope, A, of anything we should talk about in open session, and B, the agenda item, the posted agenda item.
So we can talk about it at the next meeting. And sorry, Trustee Anderson, I think what the line we're trying to draw here is that trying to address the public comments while at the same time not being able to discuss this issue because it's not posted in the agenda. So that's the line. So we'll schedule it. We'll talk about it in the governance committee.
I'll submit my question. Thank you.
Great. And then Trustee Wagner, you said you had a quick question.
Well, first, sincere gratitude to both of your teams for a really incredible body of work that you have presented tonight. I really appreciate the drive to push excellence in this district and not accept good enough. And so in all of the areas you've presented on tonight, so just prefacing with that, thank you. I did have one question because I do hear a lot of criticism about the measures that we use to recognize performance, basically STAR, and wondering how we reconcile setting those growth numbers as our standard versus teaching to the test, and a lot of concerns that parents have around that piece as well.
I think I can just address it in general. The last slide that Ms. Casas presented was MAP, not STAR. And so just utilizing a normed referenced assessment is what is challenging us with regard to our performance at this moment in time.
So this isn't an effort, because I think that I've seen some comments floating around that this isn't merely an effort to bump up our STAR scores. And I want to be sure that it's clear what the driver is, because I think that that's overly simplistic towards the multi-tiered focus that I hear from this team.
And that's why the last one was on MAP data, because it's alarming when you look at our economically disadvantaged students and that we tell the community 81% of our economically disadvantaged students are not rating on grade level. Like, that's kind of alarming. Like, that's not good enough. Like, I don't want my leadership to be reflective of those numbers. And so I want to be very clear that we want all of our kids, we want to have high expectations and high outcomes for all of our students. And we want to disrupt that predictability of outcomes, which we can tie numbers to zip codes right now in schools, and we want to blow that up and say every student in Austin ISD is going to have a guaranteed viable curriculum and is guaranteed to have outcomes. And to Trustee Wagner, like, I would love at some point to talk about our scorecard and really change our numbers to, instead of absolute performance, to setting those aggressive numbers of the percent of students meeting their growth targets. That's really when we can start really saying it's really about students growing and that we're adding value every single day that they're with us in Austin.
The other piece of this is the human factor. So going back to, this was an ask from our elementary teachers. Dr. Elizalde was just mentioning Ms. Pena at Blazier. I've personally been on that campus at 7 o'clock at night with teachers working, parsing out data, creating lesson plans. And again, this is not a principal making them or forcing them. This is them in their commitment to trying to make sure that the outcomes that Dr. Elizalde just described are taking place for our students. In fairness to them, we want to be able to provide them that time within the workday. And of course, guess what? They're still probably going to be standing up there to 7 o'clock. So that's the other piece of it.
I will say thank you for that, and I find myself sitting here feeling very moved by the passion that I hear in both of your voices to make sure that we're doing the right thing for our students and that we're continuing to push as hard as we possibly can to make sure that every student reaching their potential is our goal. So thank you.
Thank you all very much. Our next item is our regular update on the redistricting process. And trustees, you were provided with the redistricting criteria resolution last week, which we as a board will be asked to approve at our special meeting following this meeting. And tonight we're joined with our partner. We're joined by our partners at Thompson and Horton and our demographic partner Zonda Education. We have Dr. Jacob Reach, Chief Officer of Government Relations and Board Services, and Holly McIntosh of Thompson and Horton joining in person. Welcome, it's good to see you. And our other partners joining us virtually. And Dr. Reach, would you introduce our partners?
I'd be happy to, thank you. So we also have Ashley White with Thompson and Horton joining us on Zoom. And we have a presentation that we would like to share with you and that Holly's going to go through for you. And then, as mentioned, later tonight, the board will have the opportunity to review and discuss redistricting criteria and possibly take action on a resolution approving such criteria for use of our redistricting process going forward.
Thanks for having us here today. It's good to be with you in person again. So what we want to do is just go quickly through the redistricting criteria. Most of this is going to be familiar to you, but we're going to talk about it in a little bit more detail than we have in the past, just to provide you some insight into why these are normally these are the criteria that most districts use and most governing bodies use, and why they are ones that we recommended and included in the draft resolution. And then, of course, when you get ready to discuss it and vote on it, we can discuss. You can discuss it further, and we can answer any questions you might have. So This time I took it directly from the resolution that you will be voting on, so you would have the exact same language. These first 5 criteria are all things that you must consider under federal or state law. The first one, and so I'm going to go through these a little bit more quickly since we've discussed them before, and since you have to consider them whether you want to or not. So the first one is keeping the total deviation between the largest and the smallest district at or within 10%. This is the one person, one vote criteria, or at least as reasonably close to it as we can get. And so this is the criteria that will drive the vast majority. It's the reason you have to do redistricting in the first place, and it is likely to drive the vast majority of your decisions down the road. You also are required to, again, have nearly as practicable equal population in terms of the total population according to the 2020 census. This is just the broader way of saying the same thing the 10% criteria said with more specifics. Single member districts must be compact to the extent possible and composed of contiguous territory. That means you can't have a series of islands that together form a district. They have to touch. All parts have to touch each other. And then the racial and language minority status of residents can only be considered for the limited purpose of ensuring that there is not voter retrogression. So you have to consider it to make sure that their voting power isn't being diluted, but you can't consider it above what we consider the traditional redistricting criteria, which are the things like we'll be talking about on the next slide. And then because of the size of your school district, you also are required to avoid splitting county election precincts unless it's necessary to comply with federal law. That's a state law requirement. Federal law preempts it or trumps it. So if you have to split an election precinct to comply with federal law, you can, but otherwise, unless you absolutely have to, you need to keep them together. So here are the non-statutory criteria. It's to where possible to maintain communities of interest within single-member districts and to attempt to avoid splitting neighborhoods when redrawing the lines. This one I think is self-explanatory as to why it's important. It's the one that your constituents care about the most, right? They want to be together with their neighbors in the same district. They want to feel like they're in a district that where they have something in common and they have the same interests and the same concerns as their neighbors. And so that's why this one is one that that everybody uses when drawing lines, and that is why we recommend you include it in your resolution. The next one is to use easily identifiable geographic and political boundaries when possible, streets, rivers, highways, that type of thing. So this is one of those things that just makes it easier for people to understand where they are, right? If you just kind of cut randomly across, you're not going to split. You don't want to split a house down the middle, obviously. Also, if you did that, you'd be splitting county election precincts, so you couldn't anyway. But it's just a common way for people to understand. Oh, okay. If I move over here, I'm going to be in this district. If I don't, if I stay where I am, I'm going to stay in the district I'm in. And then this is one that we had discussed previously, but I want to give you a little bit more detail about because it has some implications that you might not have thought about, and I just want to make sure you're aware of it when you're deciding whether to include it as a criteria. And that is the idea that preserving incumbent constituency relationships, and so I think that the automatic reaction to that is to think that means we're trying to, protect people politically, but it's also important to note that this is really about making sure that each of you remains in the district you represent and that there's not two of you in the same district. And the reason for that is right now you are set to have 5 of the 9 of you up for re-election in November 2022. if you were to, this would be all but impossible, but if you were to pair every single one of the members elected into single member districts with at least one other person, 8 of the 9 of you would be up for re-election, and only one person, your at-large member whose term is up in November 2024, would be able to stay on the board. And so you just want to think about it from a continuity standpoint, and just institutional knowledge and the benefit that the district gains from having experienced board members on the board. And then this other one is kind of an add-on. It's usually would be grouped with the idea of political county precinct lines, which is using or accounting for other political boundaries, such as city boundaries or county boundaries. The reason it's split out here is because you have to consider county precinct boundaries. You don't have to consider city boundaries in deciding what your district lines are going to be. And then very quickly, you have the results of the survey. I am not a survey expert, so I am not the person you would want to ask questions about the survey results of, but this is kind of the ranking. My understanding is it's the ranking of what in that survey, what the respondents thought were most important. Leading it off is maintaining communities of interest. Everybody wants to vote with their neighbors. Using identifiable geographic boundaries when possible came in second. Preserving the existing map to the extent possible was in third place. And this one, I don't think I really explained this one in the last discussion, but part of the point of this is partially just because it's faster, it's easier. Part of it is because it is, if you start from the last map, that's a map that passed political muster. It passed pre-clearance by the Department of Justice. And it also, if to the extent there were any legal challenges after the fact, it survived those legal challenges. And so that's one reason that most political subdivisions use that as a criteria. And then again, preserving the incumbencies to the extent that making sure that you're not going to be competing against each other for a single seat, and such that one of you is now no longer in the district they represent and cannot serve out the remainder of their term. And then the thing that they cared about the least was using or accounting for other political boundaries. There is a draft map included in the presentation that is not for discussion. It's more because you haven't done this criteria, right? You haven't told us what you want your priorities to be. But the idea here is that this is a map that does the bare minimum to comply with those statutory criteria, the 5 statutory criteria. It just gives you a starting point. It gives you something to consider as you go forward, after the second meeting tonight and you have your criteria in place. Then you can look at that map with those criteria in mind, and you can provide us feedback on this is how we think this map needs to change in order to comply with the criteria we're going to adopt. This is the criteria we picked that we don't think this map is meeting. And so it gives you a chance just to think about it and think through it, and gives you a starting point. Again, it's the kind of the bare minimum. This is what it could look like. We're not saying this is what it should look like. We're not recommending it. It's just a starting point for your evaluation and discussion, a starting point for the public's evaluation and comments to you about what they would like to see happen. And then I'm going to see if I can skip past all of that to, I don't know how to go to a specific page, so I'm going to try not to make everybody dizzy. Just our reminder slide. We're trying to remind you where we are in the process. This first page, we've done everything in there. You hired us, hired your demographers, reviewed the timeline. You received the legal presentation. Reviewed the public input proposal. Tonight you're going to be discussing redistricting criteria and adopting that, or if hopefully adopting that. You have the opportunity to adopt that, to adopt your redistricting criteria, and then you have the map in front of you. We have begun starting this week weekly meetings between the legal and demographic team, the board president, and or other members who choose to join without a quorum or walking quorum, and Dr. Reach. We have 2 virtual town halls on the calendar for the community. One is Monday, March 28th. And one is Tuesday, April 12th. We had in our original proposal discussed, we had recommended doing a couple of virtual town halls and 2 to 4 in-person district-wide town halls. It's but we also met with the community engagement team, which you guys asked us to do, to get their expert opinion and advice. And their advice was to not have district-wide in-person meetings, but to instead focus the in-person meetings on being the ones that are in the individual districts, either led and initiated by you as trustees, or you as trustees going to other meetings in your district with interest groups and talking to them, because they really felt like that's where we're going to get the best feedback from the community. Obviously, in the end, this is up to you. So if you disagree, you need to let us know. But absent that, we're going to follow your communication team's, your experts' advice and move forward with that plan. So what we will be doing is between now and next month, we can begin to work on a survey on proposed maps, either this one or maybe wait until we have a better version that has gotten some input from you. But we will at some point have at least one survey on proposed maps, probably one on this one and then one on the next round. We hope to work with you to get some trustee-led community meetings set up. We will work with you on a script. We'll work with you on what meetings you want us at. Generally, we have advised that if you want to have informational meetings where you talk about where you show up at a meeting and you just talk to them about what the redistricting process and timeline looks like and tell people this is how you can participate, that you can do that on your own with talking points from us. If it's a town hall, we recommend that an attorney be present, but again, it's ultimately up to you guys. Okay, so then we hope to present better maps, new maps to you, better than the one that you're looking at. That is the basic map, and part of that will be based on having one-on-one meetings with you and the legal and demographic team. And then we will begin to present you with new map options in April that are more based on your input and public input. So that's where we are in the process.
So as I mentioned before, if we can hold off on questions until we have the other meeting at and Holly, thank you so much for all of the work on the weekly meetings, Dr. Reach and all y'all's team as well.
That'd be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last item under information reports and updates is a special education program services update. Dr. Elizalde?
So we did get a report that we had embarked on with Stetson, along with, of course, our own data. And so I'm going to ask Chief Academic Officer Casas and Dr. Teresa Rocha Gill, our Executive Director for Special Education Services, to bring us an update on program services. And we will be taking some time to ensure that we're highlighting some areas that we do think we're making some improvement, and we're also going to continue to provide the brutal facts of some areas that we know still continue to be a challenge, and our plans in how we will continue to improve those. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Casas.
All right. Hello again. You get triple dose of me tonight. So we are here to talk today, give an update on inclusion services and our plan moving forward on how to support this. So next slide, Jacob. Thank you. So we wanted to outline here the numerous laws that are in place to govern the things that we do and the services that we provide for our students that receive special education services. But I do want to point out that, first of all, students with disabilities are gen ed students first. But this has not always been the case in the history of education services of students with disabilities. Prior to 1975, only a few districts provided education for students with disabilities in the U.S. Before the passage of the Education for All Handicapped Students in 1975, many children were denied access to education opportunities to learn. In 1970, the U.S. schools educated only 1 in 5 children with disabilities, and many states had laws excluding certain students, including children who were deaf, blind, emotionally disturbed, or had intellectual disability. Separate facilities for students with disabilities were pervasive. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Improvement Act, IDEA, 2024, mandates equity, accountability, and excellence in education for students with disability. So now special education is now defined as specially designated instruction provided at no cost to parents to meet the unique needs of a child with a disability, including adapting content, teaching methodology, and instructional delivery to meet the appropriate needs of each child. So we've seen the data for 3rd grade, and we know that that's not actually happening. So today we're going to just kind of give an overview of where we are and what we're going to do about it. Next slide.
I wanted to interject this slide. Oh, I'm muted.
I apologize. This is Dr. Teresa Arocha Gill. She's the Executive Director for our Special Education Department.
Okay. Thank you. I inserted this slide because it describes a continuum of services, and Austin ISD offers a full continuum of services to students with disabilities. In speaking to parents and community members, when we were talking about inclusion and what would they like to see and what would that mean for them, we did have parents that were concerned about doing away with other services. They thought that we would go strictly inclusion. In other words, all of our children would be in a general education setting, receiving services. But what about those children that need more support? They need direct instruction from a special education teacher, or they need services provided in a classroom setting. And so we assured everyone that that would not go away. And so if you look at the continuum, at the very top tier, all instruction is provided in a general education classroom. Some of our children need no supplementary aids or services. They may have physical disabilities that warrant support, but in terms of their cognitive academic abilities, they are fine. And as you go down through the tiers, you see at the next tier, general education with supplementary aids or services. You see a change in location. Some students will be placed in a special education classroom, maybe less than 40% of the day. We will see some children spend more than 40% of their instructional day in a special education classroom. We also have some of our children in separate schools, residential placements, and the most restrictive setting at the very bottom is hospital or homebound placements. And it's considered MRE, or the most restrictive, because children are fully removed from a general education environment and away from their peers. And so, again, this is important to our parents and to our community members. They want to ensure that all services are provided and we have them and are dependent on the needs of the student and are based on the needs of the student. And then the next slide. I also wanted to share with you some enrollment information. This report was taken March 3rd of this year. And so our total enrollment, 74,720 students. 10,064 are identified as students with disabilities. And within that group, 2,564 children are duly identified emergent bilingual and students with disabilities, and of that group as well, 308 are identified as gifted and talented and special education. Kids that are identified as gifted and talented and special education are also known as twice exceptional children. And so this is our enrollment count. And the next slide. I wanted to share also our student demographics. And this report was taken on the same day, March the 3rd. And so you see different demographic student subgroups. At the far right, you see the percentage of total district enrollment. And then right to the side of it, you see the percent of students with disabilities. And so we have a breakdown by American Indian and Alaskan Native, Asian, African American, Hispanic, Native Hawaiian, 2 or more races, and white. And what I want to draw attention to is the fact that if you look at our Hispanic population, 53% of total district enrollment is Hispanic. And if you move next to that, you see that the percentage of students with disabilities is 62% for this subgroup, which is higher than the total district enrollment. I also want to have you look at the African American ratings there or percentages. We see a percentage of total district enrollment at 6%. When we look at the percentage of students with disabilities who are African American, that is 10%. So again, there's that overrepresentation in that area as well.
Okay, the next slide is on the results-driven accountability. So there are multiple accountability systems that we get graded on for services for students who receive special education services. So we did want to highlight some of the data that was reflected in the TAPER report that identified us as needs assistance. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. So indicator 10 is the percent of students that are served in the general ed setting 80% of the day or more. And so you see on the left, the threshold, the cut score is 70%. So between 70 and 100 is the expectation. And then for us in 2021, we're at 69.9. So we were barely at the threshold if you round up to the 70%. And while we barely made it, this is just one piece of data. So while we have the students in the setting, that doesn't tell the full story. And we'll talk a little bit about that. But the other thing I wanted to point out is the performance levels. So the performance level 0 is required improvement, but it's still a 0. So the ratings are 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 is the worst. So 0 is the best and 4 is the worst. It's counterintuitive. So we're currently a 0, but we need to improve to get above the 70%. And so again, the cut score is 70. We're currently at 69.9. For indicator 11, the percent of students that are in the general setting 40% or more of the day, the threshold is no less than 10%. And here we're at, or it has to be no more than 10%, and we're currently at 9.7% of our students. And again, the performance level is 0. Next slide. So now we get into the data, and so this is very similar to the data that we report out every month. So you see the STAR data. We're measured on the percent of students that are at the MEETS level for grades 3 through 8 on the different contents. So for math, you see the cut score is 70 or above, and our current rate is 31.8. So that's pretty low, 31.8, and our performance level is a 3. So this indicates that we have not met this threshold for multiple years. For reading, the threshold is 70, and our current rate is 35.4% of our students. And again, the performance level is 3. For science, 65 is the cut score, and we're currently at 27.8. At social studies, 65%, and we're at 24.3%, and writing, 70%, and our current percent is 25.2% of our students meeting the threshold. So those numbers indicate that while we're meeting the indicator for placement, we're not meeting the indicator for student performance. So this indicates that there's a lot of work to be done. And again, performance level 3 means that we were a 0, a 1, a 2 before we became a 3. And this includes the pause with the accountability system of last year. So we've been in this rating for multiple years, and we know that we have to do something different. Okay.
Before we talk about the 3 to 5 year plan, I wanted to include some key components. And as we go through the 3 to 5 year plan, you're going to see these come to life in the plan in terms of the activities we have and the reason why we're doing some of the things that we have included in the plan. But in terms of any initiative, there are some key components. And if you look at the first icon, you see that we need to have knowledgeable and skilled administrators, general education teachers, and special education teachers. So that means that capacity has to be built and training has to be provided to develop that strong foundation. Another key component of the plan is to also include model training sites across the communities. And so we want to target what I call feature teachers, teachers that are doing well, so that they can eventually be coaches for our new teachers, our novice teachers, and other provide examples and coaching opportunities for parents to witness, and also for teachers to do a collaboration. In other words, some of our feature teachers may go to a novice teacher or a new teacher's classroom and work with them, and vice versa. The teacher may go to their classroom and see how this particular teacher practices, what kind of strategies does she use, what does the classroom look like. And the other thing that we're going to look at are networking opportunities and communities of practice. We want to, initially, when a department rolls out any kind of a plan, it does a lot of heavy training, heavy focus within the department. But for this program to sustain itself over time, we need to build the skill levels of our principals and our campus teachers as well, so that they can sustain the program on their own campuses. And the last icon that we're looking at also is we understand that we have to have effective parent communication and support. So as we go through the next slide, you're going to see aspects of these icons coming to life. Okay, so this is the 3 to 5 year plan. And actually, the inclusion initiative began in 2020 in this district when the Department of Special Ed made a request for a study of current special education practices and services. And so we continued that study and we completed it. That report, that information is going to help us revise our plan, support some of the things that we were looking at, and we have collected our own data. And so we are looking forward to that. For year one, the focus is going to be on initiating district-wide training with administrators and department staff. And then we're also going to do focus groups and obtain feedback for the plan. And so we see the plan right now as a first draft, and it's going to be shared with various stakeholders for feedback, input, and potential revisions from parents, from community members, and district stakeholders. We also have training planned for our administrators. We have a step-by-step overview of inclusion and responsible scheduling practices for administrators scheduled for March the 22nd. These administrators will also receive training on inclusion services, and they will also receive step-by-step training, which is training on how to include, how to look at inclusive practices and integrate them into their campuses. So that is like a foundation training piece or series for our principals. We will also do very similar training for our teachers. We do have a book study that is going to begin on March the 28th that will include parent, community, and district staff as well. And we look forward to that. Dr. Leanne Zhong, she is expert in the area of inclusive practices, is going to lead that book study for us. In year 2, we're going to see work, we're going to begin developing our model sites that I was talking about. We need to target those teachers that are doing an exceptional job across the district so that community vertical team teachers can visit these particular model sites and benefit from the information that our featured teachers can provide. And we also are going to begin working as a district learning group. We want our administrators and our central office staff to be well versed in inclusion and also to calibrate efforts. What did they learn from the training? What do they see as effective practices? And we intend to also do district learning walks. We have already done some, but we will continue to gather information and target the specific needs of campuses or communities. In year 3, this is the time that we're going to initiate our campus learning groups and start developing teacher leader trainings. We're going to continue with learning walks between campuses and begin to shift the focus from district support, district training, and begin to work with our campuses at a much closer level to develop our teachers and provide them with more in-depth training in the area of inclusion. For year 4, and 5, I see these as sustainability years. And so in year 4, we're going to start identify campus exemplars. In other words, what is going really, really well across the district. We're going to calibrate what our campuses feel are effective practices and share these practices with each other. And then in year 5, we want our campus level master teachers to take the lead on the inclusion initiative, always including support from the department. And also we want to begin student ownership efforts as well. And so this is a very quick oversight of the plan, but it moves from the very top where we do a lot of training, a lot of district support. We bring in a common understanding of inclusion among our administrators. Then we move down to the campus level, calibrate efforts there, and then we move it down to the teacher. We want our campuses to sustain the inclusion project over time. And so that is why we need to dedicate our training efforts to them and also give them the support that they need. We also know that we're going to have novice or new teachers brought into the district every year. So the step-by-step foundation is going to be offered as well because we have to capture them to integrate them quickly into the district so that when we talk about inclusion, they do understand what that means on their campus. And so this is a very quick overview of the plan.
Thank you all, trustees. Questions?
I have a question.
Trustee Singh.
I needed to refuel. Thank you so much. This is such a great overview. Really appreciate all the work that went into it and the questions that you guys put in board talks. Thank you. So the only question I have really is, at this point, how concerned should we be about the TEA rating? Like, I don't know if that's a very common rating. Is it like, is it like 20% of districts get that kind of a rating? Is it like 5%? Do we have any idea?
Yes, we did a look at neighboring districts, and I think Chief Goss's has a listing.
Yeah, I don't know that I want to call out all of these districts, but I will say that of all of the large districts, everybody is in needs assistance or needs intervention. So I think we are at a level 2, which is the needs assistance. Level 3 would be needs intervention. And then, so we are at the level 2 needs assistance, and it is because of our student achievement data. And then also the way they look at the RDA, they look at every single indicator, and there's a formula, and depending on the formula, then that's where we land. And so we definitely understand that while we're meeting the placement, we're not meeting our student outcomes.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And well, I'm very glad that we have that student achievement measure on our scorecard, so that's good. That's handy. So, and then in terms of the implementation, thank you for that, the overview of all the, like, the 5-year plan or whatever that was. I would love to maybe in board updates or something, just kind of get a more, like, once you flesh it out some more, just because, you know, I'm like one of those people that gets affected by bad grades. Like, I'm like, I don't want to see that again. So, like, I would love to, as a board, for us to kind of stay informed on the actual implementation of that, and, you know, just kind of share with us.
Absolutely. And we just received the final Stetson report yesterday afternoon, so we'll put that in the board update this week. So you'll have lots of reading enjoyment over this next week. And then, so we are digging deep into it and really disaggregating what the information contains, and that will help inform the final plan.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And Trustee Singh, on your point about getting reports on all this, this is really would be a good learning opportunity, case study, Dr. Isada, in the conversation we were having about potentially sharing about what it takes to do systems change, because this is such a great example of, as you were describing to me, the foundational pieces of this inclusion initiative in years 1 through 3, and then the sustainability you were talking about. But then how do you take a system and change it, and you've got to do all these things in order to move the outcomes that will also meet the expectations of the board and the scorecard. So this is a really good example of systemic changes of large organizations and how they can do it as we're going through. And again, with the great acknowledgement, you did a great job in like, you know, does our vision meet or does our reality meet our vision? No, but here's where we're headed. And this is a journey that we're all on to, again, hold ourselves accountable. I don't know, Dr. Stuff, you want to add anything? Because that was, this is good learning. I learned a lot tonight. Trustee Ash.
So this is very near and dear to my heart, as I am a special education teacher myself. And as I'm looking at kind of the key components, and I have in the back of my head also the discussions that we've had earlier tonight as they pertain to planning time. And having filled out my fair share of admission review dismissal packets, that is a unique requirement that is additionally placed upon our special education teachers. And so I was just curious how that as we're looking at planning time and those types of things, is that part of also what we're looking at with key components? And I think probably feeds into some of the things we've heard Trustee Singh say about teacher retention. And to be very fair and very clear, at least from speaking for myself, I 100% understand that special education teachers in general are hard to find, and that the burnout rate is extremely high. The demands are very high, and that this is not a challenge that's unique to Austin in finding special education teachers to meet the needs of our students. So fully acknowledge that. But I was just curious if you might be able to respond to what we're going to be able to do for our teachers in that way.
So I would go back to what Mr. Hicks said about the outlier that had the high students with special education services that had the high outcomes, that the practice was that the special ed teachers were working directly with the gen ed teachers, and they were participating in the data analysis and the PLCs. So as we build the structure for the planning time, we have to make sure that our special education teachers also are included in the PLC time, and that we create this co-accountability, right? So it's not these students belong to this teacher but not this teacher, right? That we own all of our students, and that we're not finger pointing at the blame of, well, these students aren't learning, but what can we do and how do we do it together, right? Because our special ed teachers have the expertise in how to accommodate and modify, and our gen ed teachers have the content knowledge. And so that beautiful marriage of them working together and really focusing on the individualized needs of our students is where we want to get to.
That's a wonderful, I do very much appreciate that. And just a shout out and a great big hug to all of our special education teachers. As not only has it been a challenging year, but even more so for our special education teachers as they're trying so hard to meet the needs of each individual student that we serve. And I just want to say thank you for this presentation. Thank you for not shying away from the realities. Thank you for showing where our test scores really are and what that means and what we aspire to be. I appreciate the honesty in that.
Step one is identifying the problem and then launching an action plan. I will say that, Trustee Singh, we've talked about, right, teacher retention, right, and when teachers start to feel successful, they feel better about the job, right? And right now, if our teachers that are teaching special education feel isolated and they're the only ones accountable, then that becomes a heavy weight. But now, if we create a system of that co-accountability and we all own these students and we all own the outcomes, that lifts the burden because they're not on their own. It's everybody working together to make sure our students are successful.
Thank you, Trustee Ashe. Trustee Anderson, you had a question?
Thank you for this presentation. When I initially heard about this, I get super concerned when I hear inclusion because I think of a one size fits all, which kind of drives me up the wall. In your presentation, you have year one parent communication, and then you don't see anything else about parent communication. So I would say in this journey, you want to continue to check in with parents to see if what you're implementing is working. So what's the plan in this process after year one to make sure that you are checking in with parents to see if what is being implemented is working? And if it's not working, will there be a plan B to adjust what isn't working if it's something that is significant?
Yeah. The plan includes establishing and looking at data, and we want to look at what is, as the years progress, we want to see what is working, what's not working, and how can we improve things. But initially, we are going to seek parent, community, district information through focus groups, and then also through our subcommittees, our special education subcommittees, as well as our SEAC. And so we realize that we have to reach out to various communities so that we touch all communities and get input from as many parents as possible. We do want to share the plan with parents at the campus level, a face-to-face meeting, and invite our parents to look at the meeting, look at the plan, talk about it, and make recommendations and possible revisions there. That, when they have excellent points that we haven't even considered, our plan may be revised throughout the years. I do know, and you're correct, Trustee, that we did talk about the parent focus groups for year one, but the intent is always every year to meet and talk with parents and continue our focus groups and make changes as appropriate.
And on here, I'm super big on training. I'm super big on it. But my concern is with everything that is thrown at that has been thrown at a teacher from the state, where will you find enough hours in the day to do training?
Well, our training is going to have to be a combination of various venues. We are looking at webinars so teachers can do things, look at presentations at home, around their work schedule at different times so that they can gather information quickly in that manner. We also want to provide more resources to them at the campuses. We also want to do face-to-face trainings as well. during this summer, we are doing a special education institute. We are also looking at various ways and modalities to share information with our teachers. We're also hoping that our model sites will be like a training site for teachers as well. But you are right, the instructional day is packed with a lot of things, and it is difficult to find time to do all of the training that we will need to do, but we will have to look at different venues to share information, to get information out. We will have to continue with Zoom meetings as well and face-to-face trainings. We'll have to do a combination.
Trustee Anderson, I want to add that if we do this correctly, then we start with our principals to understand what good instruction looks like for our students and give them the tools and resources that as they're running their schools, they have evidence-based of what should be happening. Secondly, I think that if we're really strategic in using the time with the PLCs, that we embed some of that learning through those weekly PLCs, because it's not going to be a one-time or a two-time training. This has to be a new way of life of how we plan instruction to meet the needs of our students. And it can't happen just on a 3-hour training or a Saturday. It has to be ongoing, and it has to be part of the PLC structure that we're looking at, like Gilbert mentioned earlier, right? One of the questions is, how are you going to differentiate instruction for your students with special needs? And then really helping teachers plan those lesson delivery to meet the needs of our students. So it has to be an ongoing, like every week when teachers are planning lessons, that they're really being mindful of the needs of their students. That's the only way that we're going to really change instruction. It can't be a one-time training or a Saturday event. It has to be ongoing. And the expectations have to be there of what we need to look for. What's the evidence of implementation?
So at what point in the trainings will be hands-on? While I do like a good webinar, I also like good hands-on training in case there's something that I saw in a training that, you know, maybe I need to show how this, and maybe I need to see how this is done. So at what point will the trainings go not only from webinars, but to more hands-on so a teacher can actually see and, you know, get to experience that hands-on on how to do it? When does that come into play?
That will come into play with our model sites. And I want to give you an example of a training that we're going to initiate in March. It's called Responsible Scheduling. We want to ensure that all of the services that are promised in our ARD meetings, our IEP documents, are fulfilled, and we want to ensure that our campuses are scheduling our staff in an appropriate manner. And so we will do an initial face-to-face training. We will then do another training with a campus team, those members that are actively involved in the master schedule, where they will bring their own campus data, their real student names and services and staff, and they will work with us to implement the things that they learned in their responsible scheduling training. And we will have to continue to repeat that. Scheduling is a very difficult concept, and it requires multiple talks and actual student data to make it real for everyone, for administrators and for teachers.
And we did want to be intentional while principals and staff don't have all the pieces yet. On March 22nd, before principals launch into their building of their own master schedules, that they get this training. So school leadership helped us organize March 22nd. All principals will go through the training, and it's a work session. Well, they'll learn and practice before they actually go out and start building their master schedules, because we do want them to create their structure at the campus to be mindful of the students, and then they're going to start building all the pieces. And so March is building the structure and the master scheduling. April, we're going to start doing the co-teaching model and the collaboration between the agenda teacher and the co-teacher. So those are our initial phases right now.
So in those pieces, so with the inclusion piece, as you're rolling it out, and then you're talking about all these other pieces, how frequently is the monitoring going to go on? Because I can tell you about some of the challenges I've had in this district as it relates to special education, but you know my story. But if I have a story like that, imagine what others have. So how frequently is this going to be monitored? Because I have some concerns. I have some super concerns. And I just want to make sure that whatever is being put in place is going to be monitored. I understand you have a space and time when you monitor. Well, I do get that. But when it comes to talking about master scheduling and all of that, how frequently are you going to circle back around to ensure that when you go to a campus and just say there's a grade level that has maybe 2 teachers, right, that 10 or 15 special education kids are not in one classroom? So how frequently are you going to monitor to look for things like that?
Yeah,
that's my question.
And that's going to take the collaboration between us and school leadership. You know, as we talked about last month when Dr. Stout was talking to us about middle school, they've already started the campus walks specifically looking for evidence that there's differentiated instruction for our students. And we discovered that there's not a lot going on. So you're right, Trustee Anderson. The reality of what our students are living is not aligned to our vision. And so the walks have already started, but that collaboration with school leadership and them being part of the training and that be part of the regular campus visits is going to be critical so that we're all working together and speaking the same message.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Anderson. I think Trustee Foster has a question, and then Trustee Zapata.
So I know it's a bit of a mantra, but since we don't want race or class to be predictors of the identification of specific disabilities or provision of services, what do we know about, especially by way of tracking, disaggregating, what do we know about the extent to which race and class plays in to our identification of students with disabilities, down to the level of who is identified with what, and then what their IEPs and resulting instruction looks like?
I think that's, in looking at the data that we have reviewed through, I think the MAP, the MOI data, and just various pieces from the RDA report and other data sources looking at our subgroups. We do have to do more investigation and study into those areas. There's a lot of research in the area of not having opportunities and what that does to your education and your learning abilities. And so I think that is a great study to embark in.
I think Dr. Gill is being too nice. Jacob, if you'll pull up slide number 5 with the breakdown of the demographics, and let's talk about the reality.
And while we bring those up, let's talk about a couple of observations. And no, they're not unique to Austin ISD,
right.
But they're unique because that's who we are being held accountable for. That is who we serve, right? So the fact that this pattern exists everywhere, great, okay, and Austin is Austin. We are always going to be different, and we're going to find a way to resolve these challenges. And so we have an overrepresentation of African American in discipline. We have lower academic outcomes of African American in our data, whether we're looking at academic. Let's take measures of academic progress. We have overrepresentation of African American students in special education services, and the same would be true for Latinos or Hispanics, right? And so a couple of things that we do know happen is we see more jumps to conclusions when students are needing assistance as opposed to finding multi-tiers of systems of support, of interventions. How can there's nothing that precludes me as a classroom teacher, me as a principal at a campus level, allowing my teachers to see if there are ways that my students can learn better. I don't have to go have a special education referral in order to determine that this student may work better with less lighting, sitting away from students, maybe with students with better lighting, maybe in a different chair. There are a variety of things that I can do that don't require a special education process. We really have to work on creating those systems of support, because what we do see, which does go back to a question that Trustee Zapata talked about, implicit bias and the trainings, is that we are more likely to intervene when they are not students of color before we decide on referring, because not only are these the students that have qualified, the next question you might be thinking of asking, but don't, is how many referrals have we received for students of color versus non-students of color? That will also tell us a disproportionality. So either we do believe all kids can, and that we have equally represented talent amongst all of our kids, or we don't believe that. And so we do have to continue, but there are biases. I just read a report on, we should challenge ourselves how many assessors, whether we're talking about LSSPs or whether we're talking about diagnosticians, do we have that are of color? That there are implicit biases even within the assessors, even though they're trained and they're professionals. It is about the implicit bias that we all have. We first have to recognize that they exist, and then we have to say, how do we make sure that we've got a diverse group of individuals that are helping us with these? If students qualify, we want to give them the additional supports that they need. But there are probably a lot of students that we are finding other ways to meet their needs that aren't going through a special education process, who do need some accommodations that are being made, and they're being successful. But we're more likely to do that, according to the data, not according to Stephanie Elizalde. We're more likely to do that with students that are not of color. And so you can see the whole implicit bias plays in a role, whether we're talking about academic performance, whether we're talking about discipline, whether we're talking about special education services, whether we're talking, so it is a theme that we see. And then back to the question of there's, we know training is a key component, but how much training and how do we prioritize that training to ensure that we also don't overwhelm the system in such a way that now I'm going through so much training and I don't even have any time to implement what I just learned. So we really do believe in more job-embedded coaching. Train a little, practice a little, get better. Train a little, practice a little, get better. As opposed to, we're going to go through a whole week long of training and then it's, that gets back to, I check the box and it's compliance. These are really, really hard conversations to have, and they're the ones we need to be having, and we're just fortunate to serve a board that's asking us these hard questions.
Well, I know the paperwork alone is just so much, and yet the work is so much more than the paper. It's this fine-grained, nuanced, really difficult work, and again, I guess just like I was saying to Chief and Mr. Adams, I appreciate you in this and recognize, I see you. I see the nuance and how difficult this is, and to Dr. Elizalde's point, absolutely going to both encourage you and push you to keep doing it. It's the only way achievement gaps will close, the only way we'll get to the point where all children are achieving up to their potential. So thank you.
Trustee Zapata.
So I wanted, I haven't heard, and I know there's this, the teacher assistants that work with the special ed staff. And I know that there's a lot of different work that they're doing than there were before. So where in this data can you include that support? Because that's a huge support. And I don't know how it's tracked. It's not indicated. I haven't heard anything of it. And that's a huge support because we had such a high drop off of teachers that left, that a lot of our teacher assistants had to step up. So how can we begin to track that? Because that's important support that needs to be documented as well to the success of our students' growth. And I know I've met them through many years already, and they have that personal relationship. They love doing that work. And so I think that's a component that we could begin, I just want to see if you could begin to figure out how do we include that work and that support.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a way right now to capture that data. And then just thinking about the nuances of a teacher assistant in a self-contained classroom serves differently than maybe a one-on-one with the student. And recognizing that the one-on-one with the student is really technically the most restrictive environment because it creates that dependence on the other adult, and that's really not ideal because we want to create our children who are independent and that can become independent, productive citizens on their own. But that is something that we need to think about, like how do we track the effectiveness of the investment in all of these adults that are with our students, because one of the things that we discovered as we do our forensic work is there were classrooms that are self-contained that have maybe 5 students, and each of them has a one-on-one on top of the teacher and the teacher assistant. That's a lot of adults that create a lot of dependence. Like that's not an environment where our kids would thrive. So we do need to be mindful about our parameters for assigning teacher assistants, and then our tracking of where they're located and if there's another student. And there's a lot of work that we need to do there on our end.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustees, any other questions? If not, thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Trustees, this ends the section on the information reports from the administration, and at this time we will now move into the preview of the upcoming regular board agendas. This will allow the public and trustees the opportunity to review the agenda items that will be considered for a vote at the next regular board meeting, and AISD staff is available to answer any question for tonight's preview. We'll start tonight with item 7, which is the agenda preview for upcoming academics and curriculum items. Trustees, are there any questions on these items? And there's 2. One is the service agreement with Con Mi Madre, and the other one is the approval of the 1882 agreement for Mendez Middle School. Trustee Singh.
Yeah, I had a question. One is, sorry. I know that with Mendez we had like a community group that we put together to talk about the new partner and all that. So I just wanted to get a sense of the engagement that has happened with this new partner.
We had a special board meeting that evening. That same evening, Dr. Mays ran a community meeting with the potential new partner, so I'll let him give you an update.
So we did have our transition meeting with the potential partner, conducting a presentation, kind of answering questions based on a rubric that the transition committee put together. And they were able to go on a deep dive based on areas of interest from the community, which included, of course, community engagement, disciplinary practices. They were really interested in the financial status of the organization. They wanted somebody to come in with a strong sheet, financial sheet And so that was an area of interest. I think that is a piece where we are still looking to collect additional data to provide to the community, because that was the one piece where we wanted to be able to say, okay, show multiple years of strong financial history. But in terms of the questions that they had around academic performance, they seemed very pleased with the data that was presented to them, because they were able to see where that actual organization had taken a campus from being like, almost last in the district to second or third in the district in terms of academic performance. They did get a chance to ask questions about the academic model, and the presenter was able to answer and respond to those questions, letting them know that this is a model that has worked, and they've shown that it's worked among multiple campuses, and that they will be implementing that model with fidelity, and the community was very receptive to that. And so we have been able to meet with that group to talk about what community engagement looks like in the transition, and so we're working to support them with that context, because we know in Austin, Texas, it's a little unique, and so we want to be able to help them with a smooth transition so that they are set up for success.
Okay, great. And so there was actually somebody from, what's the name of it, Third Future, who was interacting with our community members.
Owner. So.
Great. And I have a few other questions, not to be answered tonight because it's late, but some things that were on my mind. I know that they have a good track record overall, but I was particularly interested in their track record for special education and emergent bilingual students, because that's a large part of the population at Mendez. And then I would love to make sure that get more information on how often that they're going to be presenting updates to the board. I really appreciated in their response that they said that the board and the district administration would be welcome on their campus anytime, which is so important. I think for all of us, we want to be involved. I want to make sure, understand, like, is this a typical charter school? You don't have to answer. I think the answer is no, from what I've heard. They're not like the for-profit, charter-y kind of people. But I am interested to know who funds them, and who the other applicants were for the 1882, and how, like, if we went through a scoring process and all that, and if they have a pay for performance component in their model. Again, doesn't have to be answered tonight, but I just want to. I think we're doing small groups, right? Thank you. I think Trustee Boswell had requested that, so we can kind of dig into all that at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Boswell?
Thank you. I have one question. I know there was some interest at some point and some consideration of whether it was possible to bring Mendez back into operation as a regular Austin ISD in-district school, or whether a partner was the best route. And I would just love to have a really clear understanding of why this is the recommendation moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah, it was real simple. The commissioner will give us an additional year if we go with one of the providers that is identified by the Texas Education Agency as a turnaround 1882 partner, of which Third Future fits. And if we do not, it's 1 year.
That is a very clear answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Trustees?
Oh, and I do have one follow-up. I think it might be worth, if it's answerable tonight, answering Trustee Singh's question about how many applicants there were. Is that something that we can share?
One.
Sure. We only had the one, and it's because of the criteria around a proven track record of doing this work. And so you couldn't be a fly-by-night operation and just pop up and submit an application with the hopes of getting a lot of money from Austin ISD. So it was put out through TEA as well as through a couple of other networks statewide, and we had one application.
Thank you, Dr.
We even extended the window based on feedback from the committee because we recognized that we only had one.
Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. Any other questions? Okay, so the next section is item 8, business and finance. Trustees, any questions on these items? If not, I'm going to move to the I may just have one question. Will the contract for real estate consultant be part of the consent agenda, or is that? I think it will be, but I just wanted to make sure. It's consent, okay. Next section is item 9, facilities. Trustees, any questions on these items? I'm dealing with Lamar Middle School, Garitsky Middle School. Did I say that right?
Go risky.
Go Risky.
It's
Summit Elementary.
Not the way it's spelled.
But it is middle school.
Yes. I do the same thing. I
If there
create
are no
minutes.
questions, we're going to move to section 10, human resources. I'm sorry, I don't have Trustee Anderson on the screen. So Trustee Anderson, I hope I didn't pass you on any questions so far.
Nope, you didn't.
Okay, got it. So any questions on section 10, human resources? There's 2 proposed terminations, one for term contract. Trustee Foster.
As usual, we always take the end of terminations and such very seriously, and understand that there's often ongoing investigations and stuff that can't appear even in our executive materials yet. But I would love to see those as absolutely soon as possible, so that I have a full opportunity to review before our next session.
Absolutely acknowledge as soon as we have any of those available, we will send them out to all board members, or we'll set up the time, whatever our legal, I never know how exactly we have to do that, but we will make sure everyone has access.
Thank you.
Under attorney-client privilege. The next section is 11, policy. Trustees, any questions on the approval of the District of Innovation Plan? If not, we'll move to section 12, community engagement. Trustees, any questions on the naming of Galette Library?
Do you have a trick?
Hearing no questions, I will move to section 13, other items. And we have an approval of an affiliation agreement and program agreement with UT Medical Branch out of Galveston for educational experience for students of the School of Health Professions. Hearing no questions, this will be the end of our regular agenda preview. And at this time, we will adjourn our information session, take a short break, and then return to open the special meeting. Secretary Singh, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Was there a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Secretary Singh having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Ashe to adjourn. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. And our meeting is now adjourned at 10:48 p.m. And we will be right back.